Yo there guys, welcome to another live stream. It's another Friday. I I switched it up a little bit with the intro. I kind of like it this way. Welcome. It's time. We're gonna be doing some more music production, and we're gonna be working on drum and bass again, but we're probably gonna be doing some sound design today. The track from last week is pretty much done. I'm getting to like just finishing the mix down. I'm like doing some final little tweaks on the mix, and after that it's pretty much done, and it's, well, I think it's time to just do some sound design and see if we can maybe come up with an idea for a track or just some cool sounds. I don't know. We're just gonna be working on some stuff. So let me switch over to the main view. Madness. Where did you get this visual from? It's in the description if you're on YouTube. The visuals are by Beeple Crap. He makes some really awesome visuals for like drum and bass and stuff, and or for drum and bass for like he makes like VJ loops and stuff like that. So you can basically just download them from his Vimeo account, and you can use them as long as you credit him. So his link is in the description to his official website, and you can check them out right there. I just sped them up a little bit because, you know, it was like a VJ loop for like 128 beats per minute, so I had to speed it up. And I think it synced pretty alright. I think I timed it right, so welcome all. Why do you have a black and white filter on? Well, why not? I mean, I can do whatever I want, right? It's my live stream. Anyways, I hope you guys are doing great. Let's see. Isn't Beeple something to do with Flying Lotus? I have no clue. I don't know. Yeah, I live in the past, that's why I'm black and white. So, yeah, I'm just I'm thinking what we can do today. So, we're just gonna do some sound design first, I think. Maybe make some bass. That's always a good thing to start with. And maybe do some well, I don't know, get something started. Just to find something to do. I have no clue for which people he did visuals for. He probably did visuals for a lot of people because, I mean, he is pretty much doing pretty well with his visual stuff. So I can imagine him doing like, you know, visuals for other people as well. But he's got a lot of free stuff that you can just use if you, as long as you credit him. And I mean, that's great. That's really handy. Use Faceplant. Well, probably that's what's gonna happen. I don't know, Faceplant is quickly becoming my #1 synth to grab when I want to make something, especially when it comes to bass lines. It's like, I don't know, it's really powerful for that. So we'll definitely be doing some Faceplant today, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't know, I just wanna make something. Let's just open Faceplant then. I mean, that would be a good thing to start off with, I guess. And I guess make some bass? Something like that? Bye bye Serum. I mean, I still use Serum every now and then, but yeah, I haven't really touched it a lot recently. I have to give you that. That's definitely for sure. That's definitely true. I haven't really been bothering with Serum lately, and that is thanks to Faceplant. That's for sure. Let's just make a long MIDI note for now. Get ourselves some sub bass. I don't know where Chris is. Chris, say hello in the chat if you're here. Analog. Let's try doing some very simple FM here. To, I don't know, to the shift or something. Let's try detuning this one a little bit. Ooh, that oh, I've never used a bass like that, but that's like a really old school sound, but I like that. Faceplant sounds cooler though. Yeah, I definitely think it's a great name for a great synth. No, it's I mean, all jokes aside, it's really a really good synth. If you get into it and really start to know the capabilities with the audio rate modulation options that you have, for people like me who love to make like heavier stuff, it's absolutely great. I mean, it's just like whatever you prefer, right? I mean, if you like Serum and if you're really good with Serum, then you can probably make a lot of good sounds with that. It's not that it's not a great synth. There's a lot of good synths. It's just that Faceplant has just been released, and I've luckily been able to be part of the beta team, and just seeing it evolve over time, it really changed a lot from the first version I tried, and it's just so good. You know, I've really been liking it. I've been making quite a bit of patches, and the ones that I made, it was all so easy to do and really intuitive as well. As soon as you get the hang of the routing stuff, you know, and you can do a lot with that, and that's pretty cool. So right now, as you can see, we're doing basically a really simple kind of FM. I'm using this oscillator, which is just a sine wave. So without this one, you can see it is literally just a sine wave sub. And then we have an analog oscillator on a triangle wave, modulating the shift of this first oscillator. So basically the shift means it's just going to shift it in hertz. So basically this is it offsets it in hertz. So if I do this and then just play and move the shift, you can see what's happening, right? We're just changing basically the frequency. So we can modulate that with this triangle, and we can send that in this and create like a cool effect. And because if I don't fine-tune or like detune the modulator, so that is the second analog oscillator, we get a pretty static sound. So now we get just right. But as soon as I start detuning this one from this one, we get modulation. So now, if we want to use that, we can do that. For instance, with a, I don't know, with a macro maybe, or maybe we can use the mod wheel. That would be even more intuitive. I can go in here. Let's see. Let me do this right. So I'm gonna set this to the maximum value. Let's see. Oh no, wait. I'm gonna do it like this. Take the mod wheel, connect it to here, and then I'm gonna drag this up with a little bit. So. I don't need a lot actually. Maybe only something like that. So now I can basically go in and let's say I want to make a bass sound. So I don't know. Let's just make one right here. I can open this up. Now I can go in here, go and select the mod wheel. And we can do some automation in there. And get that kind of effect. Now it's a little bit too quick. Maybe I should do it a little longer. Like so. And you can hear that we can easily use that. And make a pretty simple bassline with that. And right now I'm literally only using two things. I'm just using two oscillators and an envelope. That's the only thing I'm using. You can go crazy with this. That's the beauty of it. Because, oh wait, let's try something else. Let's not send this just to the frequency here, to the shift, but we could maybe connect it to something else, maybe to the phase as well. Starting to sound pretty gritty like that. Let's add a distortion module. Let's drag that up so it distorts this signal before it goes to the output. Because remember, this analog right here that is below the output device, we are not hearing this. You can also see it because there's no arrow pointing to the right side here. So it's not outputting anything. It's just being used right here to modulate the things that are up here. The one right here, you can see we have the analog oscillator going into the distortion, which is then going into the envelope right here, and that is sent out to the effects panel. So you can really easily see what the routing is here, and that changes depending on what you do. Because if I remove the distortion, you can see that that changes. So it's really easy to see as soon as you get that. Just move that up there. Maybe not as much, just a little bit. Maybe bring the mix down. So that's pretty easy. Same thing with the filter. Like if I add a filter, I drag it up here, we get another arrow. You can see the routing has changed, and I can just, you know, find something, maybe a notch filter. And let's say I want to do that with the mod wheel as well. So maybe I want to modulate this. And then here you have all your additional effects. So there's a lot more stuff to it. Crazy stuff here, by the way. You can do some really interesting stuff with these things. You've got two of the ones that you can use here as well. So the distortion and the filter, those are all here. And these are like separate things. So if you get phase blend, you can choose from a couple of different bundles, and each single bundle is like a different price. The cheapest one will get you like a couple of these effects. I'm not entirely sure how many, but you would have to look on the website for that. It's all listed on the website, by the way. You get a couple of these effects, and with like the higher price bundles, you get more and more of these effects. So if you want to get all of them, you have to get like the highest price bundle. But the thing of that is, these don't just work in phase blend. They also work in the two other plugins that Kilohertz makes, which is Snap Heap and Multipass, which are like some host effect plugins ways. Basically it's just like very similar to what you can do in Ableton with the racks, but it's slightly different. I haven't really used those a lot, so I can't really say too much about them, but these effects work in those as well, and they also work as separate VST plugins, so that's something to note. But you have to get them like separately, or just in, you know, with the bundle that you get with phase blend. It kind of depends on what bundle you get, basically. And how is the LFO and filters in phase blend? We can look at the LFO and filters in just a bit. You can see right here at the bottom, there's a big section right now where there's nothing yet. That is the modulator section, so that is where you will load up your LFOs and stuff like that. We will look into those in a bit as well. Hey everyone, what y'all doing with SoundCloud compressing tracks into MP3 128 bitrate? Well, the thing is, if your track gets destroyed when you upload something to SoundCloud, that just means that you didn't master it properly for the platform SoundCloud. So if you run a track too loud into SoundCloud, it will distort. If you basically, you have to look into like what is the best, you know, like the best file type to upload, what is the best level to upload your track at, and you can probably find it online. But if you go like above the level, what the, I don't know what SoundCloud does. I don't know if they actually already do loudness optimization right now. I don't think they do, but if they do, even more so, you should be looking into that. It's pretty much the same as with any other streaming platform. Like, if you want to upload your track to Spotify, you want to look at what Spotify requires you to upload for the file type and how loud that file type should be, because that way, if you stay below that, you minimize the amount of distortion and compression artifacts that the algorithm that Spotify uses is going to introduce, you know? And I imagined SoundCloud having a similar type of algorithm, so if you want to stay away from the distortion, you gotta know what the algorithm wants, pretty much. Yeah, there is also a plugin for loudness on different platforms, I know that. I don't think I have it. It's like, what was it? Loudness Doctor or something like that? I don't know, something similar to that, I don't know. But it was like, it would show you pretty much like when you're too loud and what your loudness is right now, and it would show it like for a couple of different streaming platforms. Looked pretty helpful. I haven't gotten to like, you know, mastering the tracks yet that I've been working on, so I've been postponing buying it, but I think it was a plugin that you had to buy though. But there was also a website that you could use it on, I think. I don't know. It was. I'll have to look it up. Oh, I can maybe open up some of my own presets that I made for Faceplant in just a bit. I did do a couple of ones. I haven't had too much time, so I wanted to do a lot more, but they were getting so close to the release date that they were really like, yo man, if you want to get some presets in the synth, then you have to submit them right now. And I was like, oh man, I wanted to make a whole lot more, but well, I mean, I can't influence when they want to release it, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll just send whatever I have, and those ended up in the plugin, but I will be doing more. So, I don't know how that's gonna be happening. Maybe with a future update to Faceplant, or maybe something else. We'll see. But there's definitely going to be more. Okay. So, filters. You wanna... The filter is actually pretty straightforward right here. You've got the filter in two places, by the way. You've got it right here, and then you've got a filter right here. Now, the filter right here will be applied per voice, so you can trigger that with an envelope per voice. So if you have like, I don't know, if you're playing like a polyphonic synth with multiple voices stacked on top of each other, each voice will get its own instance of the filter and of the envelope that you attach to it, for instance, or LFO or whatever modulator you want to use. And if you put a filter right here, then it is not operating per voice, but it's basically operating on all the voices together, so you only get one instance of the filter. So that's pretty much the same as with Serum. If you had the filter in the main global tab, or the global tab, no, in the main tab of Serum, like where you do most of your stuff, and then you also had a filter in the effects section, those two operated in the same way. The one in the main tab was like per voice, and the one in the effects section was on the whole patch as a whole. So that's pretty much the same thing. Mm. And then filter types, well, it's pretty much straightforward. Low pass, band pass, high pass, notch, shelving filters, and a bell. So that's pretty much what you would expect. You've got your cue, pretty much everything you need. I mean, this may be not the best sound to demonstrate this on. Let's just quickly put like a detuned... Let's make a new group here. I'm just gonna close this down. We're not losing this, by the way. That's also beautiful. We have groups here, so I'm just making a group, closing it down, turning it off. We don't hear it. Let's just make a new group and put a analog in there. And let's do an output. So that's our envelope. Basically created a new patch right now. Let's give it some unison. A little bit of detune, maybe a little bit of spread. And let's shift that down an octave. Now we can actually hear what the filter is doing properly. So yeah, pretty straightforward filters actually. But yeah, that's like your basic stuff, I guess. Then LFOs and stuff. Here you got your modulators, so LFOs pretty straightforward as well. You got like an LFO editor, so you can make your own shapes. Syncing it to, let's assign that to our cutoff here. We can start seeing it wiggle. Let's slow that down. Maybe make it even slower. And let's make that MIDI clip a little bit longer. Or well, let's just loop this section. And the other ones, well, you've got your envelopes, randomizer. You can do like your node, that's your aftertouch, and this is your velocity sensitivity, so that's also possible. And you've got some other ones like max and minim multiply, which is just like some more utility kind of things. I haven't really used those, to be honest. I've seen some other people use them in some of the other patches, but I haven't really used them myself, so I can't say too much about those. I wonder if they'll add the ability to add lanes. What do you mean add lanes? Right here in the effects section. No, you have 3 lanes total that you can use. Would be nice if they added the ability to send a group to multiple lanes. Yeah, that would be interesting. Let's see. You've got like these options. You can send it to the sideband. I haven't really used the sideband thing. I wonder what that does. I would have to look into that. Maybe you can make 2 outputs. I think you can make 2 outputs. Look. This is going into these 2 outputs, and they're both outputting sound. So if I do this and send this to 2, and then send this one to the master, and this one to the master as well, I should now hear this 2 times. So it should be maybe quite loud, but let's see. There you go. That's how you send it to 2. Easy. I mean, yeah, it's possible. So easy to just split it and make 2 lanes. You can do a frequency split if you want. Low pass this one, high pass the other one. Easy peasy. Sideband is for sending oscillators to the compressor, phase distortion, or ring mod. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So if you have a compressor... Ah, that's for like the sidechain right here. Interesting. I haven't really used that yet, so... But that's cool. Good to know. For doing weird shit in the effects section. Yeah, I see. I see. Interesting. But that would mean you constantly have to copy the ADSR values. Or map the ADSR values to a macro. To like macros. That would also be an option. Just map that to macros and then just... I think you can just hold control and copy this. Yeah, and then it would probably copy the mappings as well. So that should be possible. But yeah, it would definitely eat macros. True, true. True, absolutely true. I don't know if there's another way to do like a split. I mean, you've got these other ones like the AUX. No, that won't work, I think. You've got the mix. No, I don't eat macros. But that would. But that's easy to make. Ending a little bit too slow, I think. I mean, I'm just making sounds, so I don't have to worry about that right now. But that's a sound I could use. Let's actually save the patch. I guess I'll do that for now. He's back at it, yeah, of course. Oh yeah, my Axiom has more macros as well. I mean, it has like 8 rotary macros, but then it has a bunch of sliders as well, so there's a bunch of different ones. We can look at some of the presets that I did. Yeah. Or just some of the presets in general. Yeah, Rob Swire made some really interesting ones. One of the patches that I did. Quite a nice bass patch, if you ask me. That's something that I did. I was quite amazed with. It was one of the first patches I made actually. And some. Let's see. I really need more space for my MIDI controller right here, man. I can't play a note and then move stuff. It's annoying. That does some really weird stuff. Yeah, I like this bass patch, it's really cool. Let's see, I made some other ones. This one. This one has a lot of different things here. Yeah, another really dirty Reese. I made one more. I think this one is very similar to one of the other ones, actually. Oh yeah, this one used the LFO, and it's a pretty interesting one because it uses the disperser. It has some low ring to it. If you let go of a note. Let's see, what else did I do? I made some other ones. Oh yeah, I did, of course. Had to do it. Remember I did I tried to make a patch that sounded slightly like a violin. Well, I tried doing the same thing here. It sounds completely different. It's a weird one as well. But it's kind of fun. It turned out pretty like an interesting sound. Let's see. I have to move my keys up a little bit in the octaves because... This is one weird patch, but it's even weirder when we start adding this. Such a weird patch. Yeah, that's really weird. It didn't really sound like a violin either, but I wanted to put it in because why not? I also made a couple of pads, of course, which are pretty cool. that's one of the pads that I made. When you up the drive and a little bit of that metallic, it really makes it sound really cool. It's like I'm using that analog here to modulate some stuff, which creates some interesting things. Anyone know if the effects window is scalable? The entire plugin is scalable, so you can just take the entire plugin and just do that, and it scales the effects panel with it. So, I mean, my window is not any bigger, but I could make it as big as I want. I do feel like you need quite a large screen for this plugin, though. That is true. If you have a larger screen, that would definitely be better. This is like at 100%. Let's see. This one should sound some like a little bit of a Blade Runner vibe as well, because I called it Replicant's Return. Very similar again, but I just love it. Just using like a sample. I've used actually one of these, let's see, 106.8. So those are samples from my own atmosphere things. So let's see. 106.8. So this is the sample that I use as the base for the sound. So that's just a patch from 106 ran through a really long reverb and then just compressed and, saturated together. And that is what I threw in here. And then it's just, it's strengthened with a couple of oscillators that do some FM stuff here. And that's basically what's going on. And you can, I've set up a couple of different macros which you can use to completely destroy it, which is, I like that a lot. Just... No, they didn't use the Roland Junos 106, they used the CV80, I think it was called. It was not the Roland that they used. It was the CV80 from... let's see. Now I want to know. CV80? I think it was. It was something like that. The CS80. Oh yeah, the CS80. That was it. The Yamaha CS80. That's what they used. But yeah, I mean, it's not to say that you really need to use that synth to get those kind of sounds. I mean, you don't really need to. It's just like it's just a matter of like having like analog type synth sounds ran through a good amount of reverb, and there's definitely some like phase modulation and some FM going on there, I think, which gives it like the interesting overtones and definitely some distortion because if I load up the patch, let's see, right here, and just play like without doing anything, it already sounds quite like it. See, and that's just a matter of the distortion that you hear. And it's really just coming from like, well, basically the Uno 106, and I just took a preset, I just ran it through a long reverb, and that's what created that file. And that's what I did for most of the pads, actually. This one, again, you can see the same thing, except for this one I took a sample from a Roland D50, and I used that. So it's a very similar sound, but it sounds slightly different. Other than that, I basically just have the exact same things here. So you can do the same thing if you want, add some phase mod. Which will get weird very fast. I don't know if I did anything more. I don't think I did. Like I said, I wanted to make a bunch more, but I don't think... Oh, wait, I did a couple of ones. I did some rises here. Probably with the mod wheel. What did I do here? I think I did I set up the pitch bend range quite large, I think. Let's see. Oh no, wait, I'm using the LFO here, so you just need to hold a note, and then it basically builds, I think. So it just basically keeps going, and if you want to change that, you just change the speed of the LFO. So you can just change that to change the length of it. And this one is pretty much the same thing. I mean, that works. But there's some really cool patches in here, man. I've seen some really weird ones. Let's see. Oh, that was the let's see. A couple of people made some really weird patches in here. Like, what is this? Let's go to the base. Let's see what other bases people made. A vintage pendulum base made by Rob Swire. Well... Ah, that's interesting. Nice. DJ Guff mode, yeah, I saw that too. Melon Usk. Yeah, there's some cool sounds in here. Nasty. Huge evil Reese. Whoa. Damn, that's really nasty. Cool. Let's try and make something, I guess. Let's try and come up with something. So, I'm gonna look for a vocal first. I'm gonna try and find a vocal and chop a really small section and use that as like a percussive element. I think that's what I'm gonna start off with. I wanna have like a really small like vocal percussive element in the intro. I don't know why, but I feel like doing that. Let's see. Wait. I had that one vocal that... Ah, there it is. That I found not too long ago. I wanted to use this in a previous stream, but we didn't really end up using it, I think. Long enough. Should be something in here that we can use. Use the film vocals from the community sample pack. I don't even know if I have the community sample pack somewhere here. I know it's online, but I don't know if I got it on my hard drive somewhere. But this one should have something that we can use, I think.
Business news now, and the Bank of England have announced interest rates are set to...
I'm sorry, Paul, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We're just getting reports of some astonishing breaking news. It appears that an invasion of the Earth by an unknown but vastly powerful extraterrestrial aggressor is underway.
Beautiful. I mean, that's even a vocal right there that we could use. Like I wanted to do that last time, but I didn't end up using it. Let's see if we can find like a short bit that we can use. Needs to be something like or something like that.
Business news now, and the Bank of England have announced interest rates are set to...
I'm sorry. I'm Paul, I'm going sorry to interrupt you there.
I might have to stretch it to get some longer bits. Oh, wait, there we go. That's pretty much what I needed. Now let's figure out what the pitch is. Because it needs to be in the right pitch. And this clearly has a pitch. This vocal sounds like it's from the Peep Show. I don't know where it's from. It's from a UK show, some UK comedy skit show, and it's pretty fun. I found it online and I was like, what the hell is this? I had never seen it. Apparently people from the UK, most of them know it. A lot of people that heard it were like, oh, it's from that show. I never saw it, but I went on a spree and I saw like a whole bunch of episodes and they were pretty funny. But the vocal was like perfect, like that end part right there. Where is it? Like that vast metallic-like creatures or something like that.
It appears that an invasion of the Earth by an unknown but vastly powerful extraterrestrial aggressor is underway. Details are sketchy, but reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
That last part is perfect. Yeah, I really had fun. I literally ended up watching like, I don't know, 10 episodes or 10 skits in a row or something. Okay, let's see. Let's just load up a operator here. Let's set it up with a saw wave. Let's put an F note in here. I don't know what this is right now. Let's see. It might actually already be F. Now I'm thinking about it. I think it's F already. That would make it even better. Yeah, I think it's F as well. That's well, that's a happy accident, because most of the time my tracks will be in F, so let's process that a bit. See if I can maybe make it a little bit weirder sounding. Pitch it down but keep the format up. Oh, that's weird. Try the other way. No. I'll keep it like that. I'll give it a slight fade at the start as well, so we don't get a click. It's F, just out of tune. Well, that could be the case, but... Oh yeah. Oh, let me turn that off. Let me unwarp that as well. Better. Now let's put some stuff on here. Let's first just try with putting the that disperser on here. I'm gonna try that first. I want to see what that does. Okay. If you modulate that, that does some weird stuff. Hmm. I mean, I guess I can just use this the way it is. I'll have to start making some other stuff and see how it fits. Little bit of reverb on it to make it less dry. Short reverb. That's way too long. I need something shorter. Can we go shorter? That would be great. Why are they all so long? Come on. Okay, let's go for Valhalla room. Just a bit of reverb on it. What is the chat doing? I bought this cursor and I still don't understand what the fuck it does. If I'm correct, it's some kind of an all-pass filter, I think. Under the hood. I think there's an all-pass filter with a high resonance doing some weird stuff. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing, but I think I was reading it somewhere in their Discord, but I could be wrong though. But I think that's what was going on. But it's a really weird effect. It's definitely interesting on like low frequency sounds, percussive low frequency sounds. If you have like a kick drum or a snare drum or something, it can do really weird things to that, or like a percussive bass sound. Okay, let's make a pattern. I'm gonna make it a little bit shorter as well. Okay. Let's see. I need a kick drum. Let's find some drums. Let's find some drums first. That's always wise to do. Ooh. Let's use that for now. I mean, I could always pitch one of those up. I'll figure out what the key is right now. And then just pitch it up. Let's see. Damn. That's allowed. Fundamental. That is a G. Should we go for like a higher pitch snare? Well, we could do that. For a change? I don't know, maybe we'll do that. I need some hats. Let's just do that quick like this. Just so we have some drums. Let's see. Yeah, why not? Let's just put that in there. Doesn't really matter for now. That's one weird snare, by the way. Let's layer a break in there or something. That's always fun to try out. Just layer some breaks in it and see what happens. Let's see. Got like so many different sample pack breaks. Oh yeah, let's try layering that in, why not? The one we all know. Good for like a fill section maybe, so I'll keep that as well. I never really use aments a lot, so I should probably use it more. Probably have a bunch of better sounding aments, but this is like the original one, so we'll keep that. What the hell is the chat going on about? Going on about Kick 2. I have it, but I really never use it, to be honest. I most of the time just use samples, and I just find a sample that I like. I don't know. It to me it's just it usually is easier than just making one from scratch. I mean, it's good though. It's a good plugin, that's for sure. But I never really use it a lot. I don't know. I don't know about that. We'll just leave it like this for now. What kind of sounds do I need in the intro? Let's start off with a hi-hat as well in the intro. That one will do. Just to get the pace going a little bit. We can fill it up later, I mean. Okay, I need something weird. Let's see. I have a bunch of these folders here where I just basically just you know, those collections in Ableton where you can just save things that could be cool for a track maybe. I guess I can try putting that in. Let's see what that does. I mean, that could work. Oh, I like it reversed. That sounds really cool. That would be a really nice layer on top of a bass as well. Ooh, like imagine that with some drums. That would be cool, I think. Yeah, that could work. Interesting. Okay, let's move those drums out of the way because we're not going to use them right here yet. So I'm just going to move them aside for now. Let's move that away as well. Because the hats are going to continue for a bit more. And this is probably going to come in later. Okay. Oh man, I really want to use that at one point. I found a really nice sample pack with all these weird, like these weird orchestral, like percussion things, and they're really cool. And I was playing around with earlier, and I was distorting them, and they sounded so weird. And just to sample bits from it would be really cool. Let's see what happens if we distort this one. I was playing around with that in the track from the last stream. It didn't really fit that track, but I was like, holy shit, this sounds pretty cool. So I think I was doing some overdrive on it. Let's see, where's the overdrive? In the drive category, of course. And bring the volume a bit down because it's probably going to be really loud. Like, that could be a really nice health time track. Definitely. It's in the key of C. And the beauty is I have the separate ones, the separate stems, so... Maybe I'll put something like that in the intro, actually. That could be cool. And maybe just take like little chops from it and then put a delay on that. Yeah, that could be cool. I'm totally losing track of the chat. You guys are talking about all kinds of stuff today. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Big room? Why are you guys talking about big room house? How did the chat in a drum and bass live stream got to be talking about big room house? That's interesting. Well, I don't know, but good job, boys. Dubstep was sick, especially Nero. I myself wasn't too much into Nero. I did like Excision a lot when I was getting into dubstep. Excision was quite cool. Especially when they first came out with like the robot noises and all that kind of stuff, and these that was always fun. But that was like way back in those days, and of course Benga and stuff like that. That was something that I listened to a lot more. Benga, Burial, you know, those kind of things. The more darker stuff, actually. I never really got into much of the louder stuff. Well, I did at one point, especially when Skrillex came around, of course, like most of us did. But I got tired of his stuff pretty quickly, especially when he went onto the, you know, that dancehall route. I do like dancehall, that's the thing. I do like it, but I don't know, I kind of lost track with his whole thing when he went all trap and all that kind of stuff. But he was definitely, his dubstep stuff was pretty cool. Are you making health time? Not right now. I'm working on laying down like a little rough sketch for maybe a start of a track or an idea to a track. I don't really have an idea for this particular track yet, but I'm just doing some sound design, seeing what I can come up with, and who knows what it turns into. I do have a little bit of an idea for the intro. I wanted to make an intro that started with like a vocal stab in this rhythm. So I wanted to do something with that and maybe use that throughout the track a couple of times, but other than that I don't really have much else for the idea of this track, so I'm just playing around and seeing what happens. wasn't much into the louder stuff. Yeah, that was maybe not the right way of putting it. I think my best viewed video today is still the Skrillex vocal chopping video, so I don't think I have any right to talk about that. But that just came out. You know what happens. You I'm not a native English speaker, so I roll with whatever comes up. Maybe those snares could be nice for a build-up. That's like a more marching snare kind of thing, which is also pretty cool. Let's see, maybe for like a build-up section. If I do that, I probably would just take a marching snare drum single one-shot sample and just make it myself. Because I can stretch this using the repitch, but then it's going to make it really low pitched, which I don't really like. Maybe if I high pass that, but I probably would want to have a little bit more control. Although that could work. And then chop it up. Loop a short section or something. There was one other one though. Let's see what that one sounds like. Oh, that's that snare. That's like a perfect snare for like, or at least a perfect layer to a snare for like a halftime track. Not when it's stretched though. That would be like a good layer for a halftime snare. You know, those ones with like the snare and then like a percussion hit right after it. No, I think I'll use this particular loop. I think I'll like this one. Because it has a key to it, and I pitched it up. And that way it now is in the key of F, because this was in the key of C. So the resonances in this particular percussion are tuned to C. So I pitch it up. 5 semitones, and now we are in F, so that should make that work. Oh damn, I forgot to scroll down back in the chat, so I forgot a whole thing again. I missed a whole bunch of the chat again. Let's see. I discovered artifacts when he discovered DMB. Really? Are you really sure? Because then you should have discovered me back in, what was it, 2007? Earlier even, I think. 2003? 2002? Something like that? I don't think you, I wasn't even doing videos back then. Okay, I didn't miss much. Let's see. I'm gonna put maybe a drone or something in the background as well. So let's just make one real quick. Dun 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 dun. Faceplant. Why not? Let's just do something similar as what I did with the patches that I made for Faceplant. So just make a sampler. Let's go into my samples and find one of those atmosphere things. Those long reverbed atmosphere things that I made. Let's just drop that in here. Set up a loop. Bit of crossfade. And let's set that to the key of F3. And let's just make a long MIDI clip here. Key of F3 is going to play the regular pitch. I'm going to take a different sample though. Something that has a bit more, you know, like dirt to it. But I gotta open Faceplant. Come on. Open Faceplant. Oh, that's the only thing they still need to change. That when you drag a new sample in, that it doesn't change all your settings back to default. That would be great. But they'll probably be doing that. I already saw people submitted that as a feature request, so that's probably just a matter of time. Let me give it a bit of attack time. Not too much, I'll give it a good amount of release. Different sample. That's gonna work well. That's more like the samples that I used in the patches that I submitted for the synth. This is gonna give us a lot more of like an interesting sound.
Coming back when the time is right.
Damn, that's loud. And damn.
Not sure if I am gonna send something into the but so I will give back for all the feedback I've gotten.
Thanks a lot, man. Really, thanks a lot for the 20 damn euros. Holy shit, thanks a lot. You're not sure if you're gonna send something today? Doesn't really matter. I mean, well, obviously it doesn't really matter to me. If you have something, feel free to send it though. But 20 euros, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I got the ADSR sample manager. It's pretty nice. It's just that I have so many samples that every time I have some time, or when I'm not doing something, I'll just open it up and let it scan all my folders. It's almost done. It's like on 80% done scanning all my sample folders. But I'm not gonna open it in this project right now because then it's just gonna slow everything down because it's still scanning all of the folders. Plus, I did add a lot of folders to it, so maybe that's why it's really slow. But I kind of want to wait until everything is scanned and then see if it's better. If not, then it's definitely because I added too much samples, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. But yeah, the sample manager is pretty cool. I like that one. The ADSR sample manager. It's a nice way to discover new samples that you haven't seen in a long time. At least that's what I found. So, there you have it. That's already a really nice sounding patch, and it's just a sample. Nice, let's put an analog oscillator underneath that and give that a... well, I'll put that in a separate group actually. Let me make another group, put that in there, give it some unison, and put a filter on that as well, and then put an output after that, so we can make like a nice low drone. That works. I can just make a long note in here so that we have like a drone in the background. I think that would be nice to do.
Coming back when the time is right.
Why are they so loud?
Building this community, I've learned so much.
Thanks a lot, man, for the $4.20. But why are these so loud? The donation messages are so goddamn loud compared to the rest. Why is that? That's weird. I don't know why that's happening. I didn't change my settings here, so. Ah well, I'll just boost Ableton a little bit. Let's see what where the volume of Ableton is coming into. Oh wait, I can just go in. Yeah, I'm quickly gonna see if I can just make them quieter, but I have everything running through the same channel on Voicemeeter, so Ableton and my my desktop audio are both running through the same channel. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Try that. Well, that didn't do anything. Oh wait.
See, I'm a playboy.
Yes.
Great coming in. Nice one. Let's see. I have the voice meter input. I think if I do that. Yeah, that is now coming in on a different channel. So I can just make that louder. Or no, I can just make the other one quieter. That's what I should do, otherwise we're gonna clip. Anyway, it should be better now. It should be better. Thanks a lot, by the way, for all the donations. And I think you guys are still hearing everything. You should be hearing everything, I think, and if not, let me know. We're gonna go down afterwards. I really like the start of that sound, by the way, how that intro sounds, how it starts. It already starts with like a good high energy kind of vibe, and that is something I usually struggle with a little bit. Usually when I start off my tracks, they have like a really slow evolving vibe in the intro, and I kind of wanted to start something that, you know, starts a bit more energetic right off the bat. That one sound coming in, I'm gonna leave that out for now. I'm gonna try putting some doing something with those percussion sounds. So I wanna probably use a layer of it every now and then. So just like a small section, and then just delay that. I think that could be cool to do. We're just gonna take a small section for now. And I'm gonna put a delay on there. I'm hearing slight clicks. That might be because I switched the driver. Let me switch back. I'll have to change the, I'll have to change the levels of the donations in a different way. Let me just quickly do that. Alert box. Can I do that right here? That would be great. Ah, man, my screen is too small. Oh, fuck it, we're gonna keep it loud then. We're just gonna deal with loud donation messages this stream. I can't be asked to change it. Okay, let's find another section that we can use. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. What if I run the entire loop through that? What happens? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked it more when it was just a loop, to be honest. Without the echo. But that might be me. Yeah, I like that more, actually. Might just use that. Why not? The drones are sexy. Well, that's good to know. I still like that sound, though. Such a weird sound. Weird. I'll see if I can use that, I don't know. Okay, let's take the kick and put that right here again. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. And a reverse sound in front of it. Let's do a reverse atmosphere sound. Why not? I'm feeling adventurous. Let's see. Major or minor? That could be cool. I have a couple of ones here. Let's maybe put something like that in. So, like, take this, unwarp it. Take the end section or something like that. Reverse that. Now that's one long riser. I only want like a small section of it. Something like that, maybe. Let's EQ that. Get rid of the low end. Great. Maybe another longer riser at the end there. I can use maybe a different one. Okay. Then here I might start like a build-up section. Let's move that out of the way. I'll probably put like a kick at the start of that. Drop could maybe be here or here, not sure yet. Okay, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna duplicate this. Because when I go on those higher notes, it also brings this one up to the higher notes, which is not what I want. So I'm gonna get rid of this group in the first one. I'm gonna get rid of the other group in the other one. So now I basically have them separate. So now I have the low one right here. That's just gonna do that, and then we have the higher one right there. Then we can do that kind of stuff, which is cool. That could work. Another riser here. Just gonna take something from my sample folder. Why not? Don't know what these sound like actually, but yeah, just like a noise riser. Make it shorter. And pitch it down a little bit. Or try a different one. Okay, maybe some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of a crash or something at the start, but not like a typical crash. Maybe some kind of an impact sound. Ooh, damn, that's dirty. try that. With just the high end of that. Let's try something weird. Let's try... No? Well, we could try this one. This thing is so weird. I want to try the other one. Inaudible pointlessness.
See, I'm a playboy.
Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the nation.
Okay, I have to read that. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Yeah, this plugin is so weird. And it's so fun. Like, I was reading these things in the last stream, I think, and oh, it's so weird. Tommy is a transdimensional being of pain that generates hellscapes for the Bat Factory man. He thinks he is like the other children. He's not. Can you be wrong, like Tommy? How wrong can you be? Like, who the fuck comes up with these things? Absolutely phenomenal. It's so weird. This plugin, that is another fun thing about it. It's not free, but you can steal it from them. Like, you're probably thinking, what? Is he talking about pirating a plugin on his channel? Well, no, not really. Well, technically, yes, I am. But you can pirate this directly from the manufacturer. How weird is that? They basically put it online, and you are free to pay whatever you want. But they've also made like a whole page. If you don't want to pay, why do you don't want to pay? Are you a cheap bastard, or do you want to, you know, I don't know, are you short on cash right now and you're going to buy it later? You can just choose a whole bunch of different things. Or you're just going to say, you know, something like, I don't know what it was, something like, I'm a pirate and I want to steal it. It's really fun. They've made like a whole, just have a look at the website, you know, Freak Show Industries, and just have a little read on there. Honestly, I was just looking at it, I was like, holy shit, this is so fun. I'm just gonna send them a couple of dollars for it, you know, just for the effort that they took, you know, in doing their website, because yeah, that was a real breath of fresh air, you know, to see a company take it so lightly when somebody just doesn't want to pay for their stuff, you know, and they're like, you know, they have the mentality like, you know, if somebody doesn't want to pay for our stuff, they're probably still gonna use it. It's not like if they don't want to buy it because they don't want to show any cash on it, it's not that they're not gonna use it. They're probably gonna download an illegal copy somewhere and they're gonna use that, right? So why have them, you know, not download files straight from the manufacturer that you know are, you know, clean of viruses and that are always the latest update and there's no malware embedded in them, you know, stuff like that. So they just say like, oh, you just get it from us directly if you want. I found it really fun. I recommend 420. Well, that's exactly what I gave them. Oh, my camera is going black. Why is it not updating? Let me put some light on. I turned on that it should automatically make the camera brighter, but it doesn't do it. I don't know why. My webcam has been acting weird since like last stream, when we had the crash. By the way, so far so good. No crash. I did found out something last week. If you guys remember last stream, on like the end of the stream, we had a crash. My entire PC crashed, and I had been playing around with some overclocking settings, and I dialed them back because I wasn't happy with what it was doing. It wasn't giving me much of a performance upgrade, and I was like, well, I would much rather just run stock instead. And I switched everything back to default, I thought at least, but I forgot one thing. My memory was still running on an overclocked speed, so that was probably why the computer crashed. It basically gave me a blue screen of that with a message that is very... a message that you basically get when something has a too low voltage. That's when you get that message, so it's something that you usually see when you either overclock your CPU or your graphics card maybe, or your memory. And I basically had the extreme memory profile still running, and apparently it didn't really like that, because I turned it off, and so far we have not seen a crash. So far so good. Exactly, Gray, that's exactly what I mean, and that's exactly what they told on the website as well. Better to give a safe pirate version that's still officially from you instead of some shady shit. Exactly, I mean, the people that don't want to buy it or don't want to pay for it, they're never gonna pay for it anyway, you know? So why not just give them the option and let the people who do want to support you just pay some money? I mean... It's not gonna work for any type of product, but for like a VST plugin, yeah, why not? I mean, it's not gonna work if you run a bakery. You're not gonna give away free bread and then hope that people pay for it, but you get what I mean. For like a VST plugin, I mean, why not? Yeah, I don't know why my memory was still overclocked, but I was just playing around with it, you know, just seeing what I could get in terms of a performance increase, with like a small overclock, just see what it would make for the, you know, what difference it would make. That was basically the thing that I wanted to know, if it would make like a big difference or not, and it was a small difference, but it was not that big. I could probably, you know, I could overclock the CPU a lot more than what I tried, but I would have to go for like, you know, I don't know, a custom water loop or something, water cooling loop or something like that, which I'm not gonna do anyway. So I was like, well, it's not gonna do me that much of an increase, so. You would happily spend a day overclocking and testing your system. Well, maybe someday, maybe someday. I mean, it's not that I really need it. I was just like, it would be nice to have like a little performance increase, especially for City Skylines, but that's a whole different story. Okay, I'm gonna take that that thing off because it's doing weird stuff. It's creating a huge delay, that's what it's doing. Maybe I want to shift this down a little bit. Art, if I follow your Insta with my official photography page, will you follow me back? You should follow me. You should follow me with the with my on my photography account. Then I will definitely follow you back on that one, because that's where I you know, follow like photography people and stuff like that. So my photography account is @SinisterSuspect. I've actually been posting a couple of new photos because I've shot a couple of new photos. I've actually shot a lot of photos. Me and Gray went out shooting some photos. I actually went 2 days. Gray was there the second day, and we shot like a whole bunch of photos from rooftops and, you know, inside of a church, which was pretty fun. And yeah, just you know, just go there. Just follow me on that account. I'll definitely follow you back. That pluck sound that goes through the intro could be cool if it was very stereo wide. What do you mean? The vocal hit. This one. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep that the way it is. And it it might be a little annoying right now, but that's just because we're hearing it for like an hour straight, probably. I mean, I would only use this during the intro, and then it's gonna go away when as soon as the probably as soon as this section hits, I think. Definitely gonna be gone when the drop hits, but we're now working on the intro, so we're working on the same section for like a long time. Well, yeah, then that happens. Show on stream. What? Photos? Well, we can do a little, we can go in a little, photo, showing session. Let me save this project real quick. Because I did shot a lot of photos. Let me open up, Lightroom real quick. I still haven't fixed the last bit of that photo. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, I shot so many photos, man. I got a couple of one that I edited already. I edited this one already. Yeah, I might have followed you, Acepta. That might be true. Every now and then I see some names and I'm like, oh, I know that name. Let me follow that one. Yeah, that was inside a church. Inside of the organ of like a church, and I got one other shot that I edited already, which is this one. But there's so many photos left to do. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So many. That one's quite cool. That one is slightly edited already. This is all from the same spot, by the way. This is all from one church. Let me see. I've got some higher rooftops as well. These are definitely higher. This is like not what no, Gray was not here. He hasn't been here, but this was a pretty cool one. This is like I had a lot of fun on this rooftop, by the way. I've been here last year twice actually. They hadn't built this building yet, and I think this building was completely in destruction or in construction back then. Or renovation, I should say. But I shot like from this roof last year as well, and it was like no problem. I could just go right up to the edge of the roof, no complaints, nothing. And I shot there 2 days in a row. And this year, I went back because, as you guys know, I lost most of my photos during last year. So I went back to the same roof again, and I wanted to make pretty much the same pictures again, which the ones that I lost. And I came on the roof, and there was like this security guy, and he was the one, you know, was gonna take an eye on the people on the roof. And we would have like, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes on the roof, something like that. So I got on the roof, and the first thing he says, "You're not allowed to step over the railing." Now there's like you have the roof, and there's like, it's an oval shaped roof, and then in the middle there's like a building. And then you have, along the edge, you have this railing on the ground that's basically used for like these, you know, like for like the window cleaners. They go down this, like, what do you call it? Like, they lower this thing along the side of the building, and they're inside of that, cleaning the windows. So you have that railing on top of the roof, and that cart or whatever it is that hangs on it, that washing crane, I don't know what they call it, rides on that rail. So we were not allowed to step over it or step on it, but that rail is like a meter away from the edge of the roof. The edge of the roof is like chest height, and it's also like, I don't know, 40 to 50 centimeters thick. So if you're not allowed to get anywhere close to that edge, you're not gonna see a thing. So I was like, what are you talking about? I can't go over the railing. I mean, the edge of the building is like chest height. I'm not gonna fall over that. Come on, like. And I told him, I was like, last year I've been here twice, and it was like not a problem at all. And he was like, nope, you're not allowed to go over it. You're not allowed to step on it either. So I was like, well, that sucks. Then what am I doing here with my camera? You know, and everybody else was saying the same thing. But, you know, the guy, because the way the roof is laid out, you have this oval-shaped roof. You can basically walk circles, and then there's this building in the center, and you can't really look through the building. And he was all by himself. There was only one security guy. So he basically started walking along the roof, and I was like, okay, as soon as he turns around that corner, I'm gonna step over it. I mean, fuck it. I'm here only once this year. I can only come back next year, so I'm just gonna fucking risk it. So I just stepped over the railing, made some shots, and he saw me when he came around the corner again. And from that moment, he just kept following me, and I just kept running around the roof in circles, just, you know, I was literally just running. And everybody was laughing at me, and I was just like, you know, fuck it. Got an example pic. What do you mean, from the roof? I don't think so. I was too busy shooting photos of the city down below. I really had no time to do anything else. because the guy was just following me around everywhere. It was like far from ideal, but yeah, that I just had to deal with it. It was really annoying though. The guy was really annoying. But I got some good shots, so that's all that matters. But you can see, like, I shot very little photos from that roof. It's only like 38 photos total, and I shot like the same photo a couple of times because I want to make sure that it's sharp. But I had very little time up there, and if you look at, if I still had the folders of last year, I think I shot like over 100 or 200 photos last year on the same roof, because I had a lot more time. I didn't have to fucking deal with that, you know, annoying security guy just being overly protective, because, I mean, come on. You're not gonna fall over. You're not gonna fall over. It was great weather, there was almost no wind. He was just being a bitch. So, but I mean, it still worked out in the end. I got some photos. Let's see. I got a couple of more, but there's another higher one. These are some cool photos. Like, this is a pretty cool roof, though. This roof is pretty cool. Pretty high up. I've got a lot of panoramic photos as well that I still need to merge together. Wished it was slightly more in frame, but I guess I could make this work. Oh, these are pretty cool too. I like these kind of shots. I really am a big fan of these. Oh wow, that's nice with the little boat there. I hadn't even seen that yet. Nice. These kind of shots. I'm such a big fan of these kind of shots. Just looking down over the edge of the building. Just looking at the city below. I like those kind of photos. But like these ones, for instance, like this is a full panoramic photo that I still need to merge together. And you can kind of see that that is going to be a pretty nice photo. Oh wait, I already started. See, so I've got a lot of those as well. Like, and they are not as sharp as I want. I've shot the same photo a bunch of times, so I need to, you know, find the right one and just merge that together. I just quickly merged that one to see what it would look like. This one is not totally sharp though. If I zoom in, some sections are sharp, some sections are not sharp. Like here it's slightly off, here it's sharper again. This is relatively sharp. And then here it's totally not sharp, so I might just have to remove one of the photos there so that it doesn't use that part to stitch. Because here it's sharper again. See, it's like I have to find the right one because there's a couple of different versions of it. See, here we have another one. It's also panoramic. I don't know, I'll have to figure out which are the good ones, but I got a couple of interesting ones. I really like this one with the two boats just crossing each other there. Kinda like that one. I don't know what else I have. Well, I got plenty of photos. Oh wow. This is almost the same shot as yours, Gray. I don't know, it's loading, but come on. It's like literally almost the same shot that you did with the... It's like almost at the same moment as well. We've got like a tram and then we've got the police car. That's like exactly the same moment as your shot. Damn, it's slow. Oh, this one is also pretty cool. But it's slow as fuck right now. Maybe because I'm streaming at the same time. Fuck it. Oh, there we go. That one. That one is also pretty cool. I like that. Anyways, back to music. But yeah, it was the exact same moment. Yeah, Tokyo is definitely still on my to-do list, man. I really want to go to Tokyo someday. That would be really, really fun. Yeah, this was Rotterdam. You clearly aren't scared of heights. No, not anymore. I used to be. I used to be scared of heights until I started doing urban exploring, and I one day found myself in a Belgium city inside of a steel factory. I was basically tagging along with a couple of other explorers that I met online, and they were like, "Hey man, we're gonna go exploring. Would you like to go along?" And I'm like, "Well, I'll have to see if I can go," but I actually ended up going. I told my my own exploring mate that I was gonna go explore with some other people, and he was like, "Whoa, I want to go with you," and I'm like, "Well, they've only got one more spot in the car," and he's like, "I'm gonna go with you. We're gonna drive with two cars," and I'm like, "Well, that's just gonna be annoying." I'm like, "Listen, man, I'm gonna go with them alone." Because this might lead to some new connections and some, you know, they might give us some cool locations, and then we can always go later with the two of us, you know? So I went with them, and they took me to a steel factory. Back then, I still had a fear of heights, and I got there, and this was like an abandoned steel factory, or a steel factory that was currently being decommissioned, and it was being guarded by security, and it had a blast furnace of like 80 something meters tall, and it was completely rusty, missing steps in the staircases, you know, stuff like that. Railings that are completely disconnected because of the rust. It has just completely eaten away part of the metal. And I was, you know, going up there with a fear of heights. And that was pretty much the day that I won over my fear of heights. I stood below that thing and I was like, fuck, man, this thing is tall. But I was also like, I do want to know what it looks like from above, because this place is insane, and if I can have a, you know, a bird's eye view on this place, that would be absolutely amazing. So I just pushed through it, well, almost shit my pants along the way, when I thought I fell through a floor, which wasn't the case, but I thought that was the case. But yeah, after that, I went back like 2 or 3 weeks after it, and I went up it again, with my own exploring mates, and yeah, since then, no big deal anymore. I'm just gonna go on any roof. I don't really care. But yeah, Tokyo, man, Tokyo is definitely gonna be a place I'm gonna go at some point. Okay. Probably gonna put a Reese there somewhere, but I kind of think I think I want to use one of those noisy bases as well. So just quickly made one. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, and then I'm gonna come back, and then we're gonna continue working on this. I'll let you guys listen to this while I'm back, because this is not that much yet, so I'll let you guys listen to this one instead while I'm gone. And I'll be back right after that. Let's see, do some kind of formant shifting on the vocal. I could try that. Yeah, I can always try that, maybe. And then make it more stereo wide. Yeah, maybe just a little bit of Haas effect or something. Could be nice, just to make it a bit wider. It's very mono right now. Yeah, man. I hear so many people of Tokyo, and I mean, the thing is with... Let me open up that photo, by the way, let me check. Yeah, like, you know, the Shibuya district and Shinjuku is just amazing. But there's so many more areas, you know, like... There's the busy areas, but... I'll show you one thing. I know a guy. He is a, he's actually a musician as well. He's also a photographer. He, shot a lot of photos in Tokyo. And, he's also a techno musician, I think, that he is. But he has really nice photos from Tokyo. Let me bring that up right now. So there we go. This guy makes like really cool photos. This is the kind of shots that I like, you know? He just goes into like the more, you know, where there's just like, he goes out at night and just finds rooftops in Tokyo. And he shoots such amazing photos. Like, look at that. That is so cool. I love that, man. If I go to Tokyo, I go for at least 2 months, I think. At least a month. I mean, I need time. I need time to explore and just find myself some cool places. But he has some really cool shots, man. I love this. Especially Tokyo at night. It's so good because of all the, you know, all the different lights everywhere and just... But as well, like, how dense the city is. Like, I love dense cities, and Rotterdam is pretty dense for a Dutch city, but it's nothing compared to Tokyo. And I love his way of just going up on roofs and shooting photos from you know, down. And you can see it if you look at my photos. They're very similar, the ones that I shot from, like, the rooftop days. They're all, like, you know, I love these shots just looking down. But, like, these kind of shots are great. And, I mean, this is not shot in, like, one of the busy shopping areas. This is, like, a residential street. A small neighborhood street. And... You know, I would like, if I go to some place like that, you'll find me in spots like that, you know, you'll find me in little areas, like little neighborhoods, and, you know, where you find, like, the things that not all the tourists get to see. But this, man, holy shit. Just imagine living somewhere there. Damn. I would probably thrive in that environment, though. I mean, a lot of people hate busy cities, but I love it. I would much rather live in a busy city than in some rural town. But yeah, this man makes really cool photos. I love them. Let me go back. This stream is all over the place, by the way, but... Awesome shot. Who's that guy? He's called Tokyo Form. Tokyo Form. I'm not exactly sure, but I looked him up on I looked him up someday on his own website, and I found out that he also makes music, and that he has some techno music, I think it was. I forgot what his name was, but he's pretty good. It was pretty fun. I'm not sure about his music though. Let's see. Maybe I can find something. Oh yeah, he has a website. Oh yeah, Chris Youngkind. Youngkind. I think he was from Germany or something. Let's see. Well, that's not much. Not much of a biography on your website. Yeah, I think he was from Germany. But I could be wrong. Oh yeah, he did quite a bit of music actually. Interesting. Released on labels in Belgium and Switzerland, USA, Germany. I thought he was from Germany, but he makes really good photos in Tokyo. He spent probably a couple of years there. Most of the photos he uploads right now from Tokyo are all back from like 2015, 2016. So he probably just spent a bunch of time back then in Tokyo. But yeah, I've been following his photos because he just makes really cool shots. And whenever I see his photos, I'm like, yes, I need to go there. But, you know, it's not cheap. Going to Tokyo is not cheap, and especially if you want to stay for like, you know, a month or 2 months, it's gonna be quite expensive. But I mean, I'm up for that, you know. I would be up to pay like a good amount of money to be able to do that. It's a dream to go there one day and just have like, I don't know, just how crazy would it be to just have like 2 months and just go out every single night to shoot photos, just explore, you know? And the great thing about Tokyo is that it's a city that pretty much lives 24/7, so you can do that, you know? You can pretty much still get everywhere by subway if you want at night, I think. Whereas here, you know, in the night, we don't have a subway, you know? It doesn't drive at night. So yeah, I guess I'll have to starve myself to death to be able to go there, but it's definitely gonna happen someday. Let's bring some more drum and bass to Tokyo, I guess. Maybe that will work. Well, that's not the type of performance shifting I wanted to do. Let's see. I can maybe do... If I warp this... Well, I don't want to pitch it down. That's the thing. I don't want to pitch it down. Like, I already used that frequency shifter that kind of did the trick. Let's see if I have something else. Maybe this one can do something weird. Well, that makes it stereo. Okay. This guy has 3 listeners on Spotify last month. Yeah, I don't think he's that active anymore with his music. His releases are from way back in the day as well. But I think he's just more active as a photographer now. But he did do music as well before he got into going to Tokyo, I think. Although I have to say, his music, his albums have like, some. There's a couple of ones that have Tokyo-inspired, titles as well. So maybe he's just, I don't know, a fan of Tokyo. Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna take a piss now. I'm getting lost a little bit. I'll be back in just a bit. I'll let you guys listen to this while I'm gone, and after that we're gonna continue working. I think we still have some time, yeah. So yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. No, wait, I'm gonna let you guys listen to this. Goddamn, why is it so loud? Is that me?
Make you levitate. Make you levitate.
Yeah, this track is definitely taking a lot of shape. That track is pretty much done. Yeah, the visuals are pretty cool. It's definitely pretty cool. Beeple crap. Look him up on Google if you want. He makes the visuals, and you can use them for free as long as you credit him. So I put a link to his website in my in the description below the stream if you want to check it out. But yeah, they're definitely great. I just synced them to the BPM of the track, and I think it went all right. Definitely going to be using them a lot more. Like in the previous streams as well, the ones that you saw there were also made by him. So, I'm feeling like making a stabby bass or something. Let's put a filter on that. That kind of works. Yeah, I like that more. The Unlimited Potential Edition. Yeah. Maybe a Reese somewhere. I want to process the bass a little bit more though, probably, but for now it'll do. I could try maybe doing a little bit of FM on it. Oh, nice. You can also click here. Oh, nice. Wait, I already added one, but I didn't do anything with it. I can use this one. Like, changing the start position gonna have a big change on how it sounds. Kind of like that. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay, it sounds a little weird right now. Let me find a different position. Maybe that. It's too low. Let's go try that. Ooh. That's nice. That's cool. Let's make or come up with a Reese maybe. I'll just take one of the Reeses that I made. Why not? Might be able to use that actually. I want to use like a stabby bass at some point, but maybe if I just make like a bass line with a Reese first, and then just bounce that to audio, and then I can use like a chop from that for like the stabbier part. That could also work. I kind of want to figure out what I want to do with the bass in the build-up here, because I kind of want to start like a build-up section here, I think, or at least like a breakdown that ties the intro to the build-up. And I want to introduce a bass there, I think. Oh, it's on the wrong key. I'm like, why is that a tune? Maybe that one or this one. I think I'm gonna take the first one. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that could work. Okay, wait, I had something already, right? Yeah, maybe I can reuse this one, actually. I have to fine-tune the speed, but I think that'll be nice. Let's load a reverb. Bit of reverb on the sound might be nice. Oh wait, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use a separate a third-party reverb. I'll just use the Valhalla vintage verb so that I can high pass that one. Okay, I think the mod wheel controls the speed of the LFO here. Yeah, nice. Does Faceplant have Reese presets? Yes, of course, because I made a bunch of Reese presets for it. The one you hear right now, for instance, is a preset from Faceplant that I made. What the hell is that? That's weird. Why did the volume just jump? What? If I press this note? That was weird. The volume just changed. I was seeing that on previously on one of the tracks as well, where the volume had changed. Now I did Oh wait, I think I know what that is. I dumped the settings of my MIDI controller to my from Ableton to my MIDI controller. I think I'm on the wrong preset on my MIDI controller. I have to look up what the right one is. Let's see, what am I on? Let's try that one. Yeah, that is better. I think it's good again. Do you have the LFO on that modulated or automated by the note? Yes, I do. I have this LFO right here, and the speed is being controlled by these 3 note modulators. Now, the reason why I'm using 3 is because otherwise the range is a little bit small. These are a little bit finicky to work with right now. I think they're trying to come up with a better way of doing it, but or at least I told them that they should do that. So I hope they're gonna do that. But right now the note values are a little bit hard to work with. But if you stack them, you can get the right speed. See, even though I have set that to the rate of the LFO, and it's set with a 100% rate, so it's the biggest range I can do. But even if I then go to like a super high pitch, the speed difference is not that big. See? So that's a very small difference, so then I added another one. And there we go again. Volume is down again. That's annoying. Let me switch to a different preset. This preset should not have it. Now my transport controls don't work either, but my key still works. Good. Yeah, I have to use the particular presets on my MIDI controller for the transport control, so like the play and pause button to work. If I switch to the wrong preset on the MIDI controller, it doesn't work with Ableton. I can still play keys, and I can still use my macros, but I cannot use the transport controls, which is fine. I have to figure out why it changes the volume on the other preset. It was that somebody in the Discord said, like, how do you map? Oh, it was Gray. He was asking how he could map the transport controls to his MIDI controller. And I was like, oh wait, do they actually work on mine? And I'm like, oh no, they don't work. And I was, oh, I'm on the wrong preset, so I switched to the other one. But apparently there's something else in that preset that somehow changes the level of tracks. I don't know what. Maybe one of the sliders or something. But yeah, I basically set up a second note value here, and that made the range bigger. Still not big enough, so I added another one. And now the range is a lot bigger. So it's if you change these, so if you change the range here, it already makes a huge difference again. So I'm not gonna do that, because then it's gonna. It took me a lot of time to find the right speed for it to sound right, and then I basically just mapped the mod wheel to it, so that I could, you know, make it slightly less or slightly more. So if you feel like this is too much, you can slow it down with a macro. So for instance, now here, if I feel like this sounds nice, I like this, but I want to slow it down on the end, I can do that. So I can just go in here, choose MIDI control, modulation, if you can see that. I hope you could see that. Basically just select MIDI control and modulation right here, and then you can just automate this. So now I could say, maybe I want to make it slower on the end. So I could just do that. See, so now it basically just goes slower towards the end. And if you time that right, you can make that end like that, which is nice. Or you could maybe do, I don't know, some automation here. That actually worked pretty well as well. Nice. And then if you pair that with a bit of reverb, perfect bass for like an intro or like a build-up section of a track, and then make the bass more dry in the drop, of course. But let's go to the pitch bend. Let's add a pitch drop on the end here. I'm gonna go to a different pitch though. Maybe I can do this. Kinda works. Kinda works. I have a feeling something else is at a quieter volume now. Fucking hell. This is so annoying. No, it looks alright. I don't know. Oh, it's the hat. I could maybe use that bass as well. I want to shape this transition a bit. I want something like a good, nice impact at the start of this section, and I'm not sure if this reverb kick right here, that high-pass reverb kick, does the job. It adds a bit of noise, but it's not too much. Not enough, I think. So I'll try something else. Let's set this up. So 16 beats. Let's start with that. Okay, I need something big. Holy shit, what is going on here? Why are these tracks outputting so much sound? That is weird. Do you see this? Look at that. And now it's going on here as well. What the hell? Why is it outputting sound? Yeah, I have faders on my MIDI keyboard. Yeah, I have faders on my MIDI keyboard. But this is weird. Why is that? Look at that. I have every track turned off. And still it's outputting sound. There's no effects on this group. What the fuck? I think I bugged out Ableton. That plugin exploded when you click play. Yeah, maybe. How do I fix this? Let's see. Reload the project probably. Let me save it first though. Let's just reload the project real quick. How's the CPU? My CPU is alright. My CPU is alright. Nothing wrong with it. Temperatures are, well, not cool enough to cool a beer, but I would say just a little hotter than ambient temperatures, so that's good. Nah, it was definitely Falcon. It was definitely Falcon because it was the track where Falcon was on that was being annoying. So let's just reload that. Meteor. Set this up to 16. I don't know what happened, but it was this particular one. Let's just try a different preset. Mechanism. That sounds interesting. Oh, that one has no rise. That one does. Kinda like it, but it doesn't really have a big impact at the end. I want something with a bigger impact at the end. I guess I could make that, because these impacts are not really doing much, so I could just get rid of them and then make my own. Let's do that. Settings. Let's turn the rise off for now, so that we can hear just the impact. Okay. Do that. Let's mute these so we can hear what they're doing. That one is doing almost nothing, so let's find something bigger here. Orchestral percussion metal hit, maybe. But what are they doing here? Granular. Pitch. There's some effect on here. And some panning, let's get rid of that. See, that's a lot better. Okay, let's use that. I'm gonna reset the panning on here as well. Could be nice. Let's reset this one. Find like a nice other sound. Maybe a big sub hit or something. Although we're layering it with a bass, so I don't think we have to do that. Maybe a brass. Not really doing it for me. Okay, let's see. That's better. Better than what it was. Am I gonna continue the vocal in this section? Maybe. I think I'll cut it out. I think I don't want to use the vocal more than that. I might use one instance, but with a long reverb on it. So have like another reverb. Just put that on this track. So just take another reverb. Damn. Just take like another reverb, make it quite long. And just have that be part of the first start here. Oh wait, I removed too much, I think. Yeah, I removed too much. Let's just do this. Like so. And then do that. And then automate this to turn on right here. And I need something in here, in between these other basses. I'll figure it out, but it's quite cool. I think we're gonna go and do some feedback in just a bit. it's getting quite late, and I think I have a bunch of tracks for feedback. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Pro R is great. Pro R is a really good reverb. I just don't really use it a lot. I'm a big fan of the Valhalla reverbs. I really like the sound of them, so I usually just use those. The Valhalla delay is really interesting. Yeah, that one is really interesting. It has some really weird pitch delay modes that do some really weird stuff. Like, we could probably, if I put it on this vocal right here, you're gonna hear in an instant what it does. And why it is so cool. I've been playing around with it quite a bit actually lately. I rediscovered it lately and I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. It has such weird things going on there. And it has that other mode, reverse pitch, which is also fun. Yeah, it's weird. And then it has that other one, which is like with a frequency shifter instead. Yeah, really weird delay, but it's very fun as well. And it has regular delay modes as well, because I'm just playing with the weird ones right now. Yeah, it's definitely a cool delay plugin, but those pitch modes are where it's really at. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, what? That is so cool. You know, you can do like similar things with the grain delay in Ableton, but this one, I don't know, it just sounds better in my opinion. Especially that frequency shifting mode is like super weird, and the reverse pitch mode is also very fun. Tape delay with 10 needles. Yeah, I don't know. It's doing some really cool stuff. Oh, you're not talking about that. You're talking about something else? I don't know. Anyway, It's very fun. I'm gonna take one more short bathroom break, and then we're gonna get into the feedback session. I'll let you guys listen to this one more time. Why not? And I'll be back after that. Yeah. Let me open up my email first, see if we have some tracks. I think we do. I think we do. Holy shit, yeah, we do. We got a lot of tracks. Okay. I'll be back in just a little bit. You can send your track to the email address in the description below the stream, or if you're on Twitch, just scroll down and you can find my email address right there. Send your email to me, send your email, send your track, send me a SoundCloud link, or a clip link, that's also fine. But don't send me any MP3 files or anything like that. Just send me a private SoundCloud link or something. That's always the best, because that fits the graphics of the live stream, the overlays, and yeah, I'll be back after the bathroom break. So we're gonna get into the feedback in just a little bit. I'll be back in a few seconds. Nah, a little longer than that. There we go.
Make you levitate. Make you levitate.
Yeah, that track is coming along pretty good. Let's see. Who donated today? We had Vormon as the first one, I think. Yeah, Vormon was first. So let's see if he sent me a track. I think he did. Yeah, he did. Nice. Let's start with that one then. Let's open up that track. And let me switch to that view. You're glad you donated. Well, your donation was very, very welcome, so thanks a lot. Yeah, we are thinking about changes to the feedback stuff. We are thinking about changes in general to the live streams and to my channel, and just thinking about things what we can do. There's definitely going to be a couple of updates coming soon. One of them should be pretty soon. If you're in my Discord, you know what's coming, but if not, good reason to join my Discord and stay up to date. Gray, find the invite link right now. Let's have a listen to this track. There we go. I love how sloppy the kick and bass combo feels. Oh man, this part is nice. That last part is really cool. I like that last part where, you know, because you can really hear the kick and then that offbeat. Well, what is it? Is it a bass, or is it more like an offbeat tom or percussion sound? I don't know. It's like you can hear the interaction between those two, and you can. I love it. That sounds really nice. Overall, I think this track is really good. It's shorter than what I'm expected, than what I'm used to from you. I love the little fills, the snare fills that you use. There was one section here in the breakdown, I think, where like it was more of like a low synthy kind of sound that came in, just like more like a stab kind of sound, and it kind of pushed away a lot of the other sounds. So I was like, that could be the cause of like some heavy limiting or something, or some compression, and that sound was just taking up too much space in the mix. I felt like some other sounds just became a little bit quieter for just a moment, but that was just like a minor detail. Not entirely sure where it was. Let's see. Of course I can't find it right now, but somewhere there I heard something that I was like, sounds like something is fighting for space, but that's like a very minor thing. I love how dark it sounds. Yeah, those are the toms, and yes, that is limiting or compression. Just made it loud for the stream. Okay, cool. Cool. But, this is pretty fun. I really like this one. It's very dark. It has some really cool, like, almost like Foley, some raspy, rumbly kind of things in the background going on, which I really like. Yeah, overall, I'm not hearing that much that I would change. It's just like, to me, this sounds like just what techno would sound like, you know? The great thing about this tune is the incredible contrasts. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. That ARP in the breakdown, which is very bright, you know, and very, it has a lot of upper harmonics, a lot of high frequencies, and then you go into this really dark drop, which is just, you know, it's so much darker, which is really cool. And that bird sample, yeah, that's a good one. It makes a deep fart feel extra deep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If it's all deep, you won't get the same effect. No, true, true. It's like when you have a heavy track, you know, if you want to make a heavy drum and bass track, for instance, if you're gonna start off the track with like full-on sub bass right away and make everything as loud as possible right off the bat with like big bass sounds, your drop is not gonna sound as big, you know. You need to have a bit of contrast between the different sections, otherwise it's just not gonna work, you know. It's all about making the different sections complement each other, and you can do that with contrast, you know. You can have two completely different types of sections and make them work. That's completely possible. And usually that's actually what will make it, you know, what will be a good transition as well, you know, like when there's a huge contrast, that usually, if you know, make sure that the transition itself transitions cleanly and you know, that it doesn't, you know, that it doesn't just go from the one section to the other section really abruptly, because there needs to be something that bridges the two together. If they're too different, and you just have one section that is super bright and then one that is super dark, but there's not really something that is tying it together, then usually it's gonna sound weird. But in this case, that drum fill kind of does the trick, you know, that drum fill that you have in front of the drop kind of does that. So yeah, good job on that. I don't really have anything to say on that. It's just not the type of stuff that I normally listen to, so I could probably say more about it if this was more like a thing that I would listen to more regularly, but to me this sounds good. I would just, you know, maybe work a bit more on it, try and make the mix as good as possible, like what I said, that little element that was fighting for space there, try and fix those kind of little things, and you've got a good track. Let's see. We had more donations today. Yeah, the ARP is definitely good. The ARP is definitely good. I would probably keep it. I like it the way it is. It's like not your most straightforward melody, you know. It's not like a catchy melody or something like that the ARP is playing, but it just suits the track, you know. It's a yeah, it just suits it, I guess. It's a slightly weird melody that it's playing, the ARP, but that's kind of what this track needs, I think. You know? You started this around 3 in the afternoon. Okay, well, that's pretty nice. I mean, that's 9 hours ago. I mean, you're doing pretty good then, because I usually am not that far done with a track after that amount of time. Let's see. Who else made some donations? Future Wizard, have you sent a track? Have you sent something? Let me know in the chat if you've sent something. That would be helpful. Let's see. Otherwise, we're gonna have Gray. Gray, did you send your Oh, yes, you did. Oh boy, we're in for a treat. We're in for a treat in just a bit, boys. Let's see, Future Wizard. I think he left, didn't he? Didn't he say he was leaving? Let me go back in the chat. Oh man, I have to go back a lot. Oh, I can't go back farther. Oh, well. I think he left. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, if you wanna witness my butt, you gotta be a member of my Discord. Yeah, I think Future Wizard left. Okay, well then we are in for a treat right now. We're gonna go to something that Gray started to make a little while ago. As like, how did we get to this? How did we get to this? We oh boy. How did we get to this idea that you were gonna do that? Oh, you didn't send anything, Future Wizard. Okay, cool. He's still here. How did we get to this? There was something, and it was like, yeah, you're gonna go and make some Eurobeat. But I'm not sure. Was it the Discord? I think it was. Anyways, let's have a listen. Nice. You can make this work. Like, the melody is there, definitely. It needs some more elements, I think. I would probably try adding some more elements. And holy shit, we've got a storm coming, I think. Let me close my window real quick. Suddenly a huge amount of wind outside. I don't know, maybe some more elements, but yeah, definitely you gotta go drifting. Yeah. What was that car called? God damn it! If I see it, then I'm like, oh yeah, that one. We all know the anime that we're talking about. If you're into anime, that is. What is that? Dang, not found. Good job, Gray. But I think it feels a little fast, although Eurobeat can be quite fast, but it is pretty fast. Although it kind of suits it as well. I do feel like maybe some more 8-bit sounds or something, you know? Also, bring that open hi-hat, or that hi-hat, closed hi-hat, I think it is. Bring that one up a little bit, so it's a little bit louder, because it's quite soft. Right now, it's really far in the background. Yeah, definitely. But make this into something longer, man. It's way too short. I want to keep grooving to this. It's fun. Maybe I'll try something like this someday. Sounds 100% Japanese. Yeah, this would this needs a Japanese mountain road. You know, so one of those twisty Japanese mountain roads and some Bosuzoku cars. That's what we need for this. You know, the Bosuzoku cars are crazy, by the way. I mean, Bosuzoku cars. Like these cars, like what the fuck? What the hell is that? What? They have such weird cars over there, but these are like your typical Bosuzoku cars. So much fun. I love Japanese car culture. I have nothing with cars, but like Japanese car culture is so over the top that it is fun. Like, what the hell is that? I have a star in my exhaust. Why not? Such weird cars. I once there was a video I posted in my Discord not too long ago. It was literally a guy, instead, because you have these Bosuzoku cars, but you also have motorcycles and stuff, and he literally had like what was it? Almost like a moped, but he had like a huge dick-shaped exhaust pipe on it. And it was literally like a dick shape with some, you know, some squirting bits out of it. And I was like, whoa, what the hell, man? These people are fun. I love it. Dennis complaining about the flashy background. Why? Do I need to put an epilepsy warning in the screen? You get those cars in the Akihabara district on the street from the pics that I showed. Oh yeah, I mean, it's fun. I mean, I love that. I love those kind of things. Japanese culture in general can be really weird, but we all know that. Yeah, nice. I would make it longer, man. I can look for something soothing for you, Dan. I have some other ones. I kinda like this one, but I've got some other ones. This one should be more soothing. There you go. There you go. Especially for you. Now we just need a ballad in the background. I'm not looking into moving to Tokyo. I would love to go there for like a couple of months. But I would not move there. Definitely not. I don't speak much Japanese. I can understand a couple of different words, but that's about it. I don't think I would do that. Anyways, let's see. We had some more donations. I love this gray. Keep working on it. I would love to see a longer version next time. That would be fun. I could send you the project and then you can have a crack at it. Oh yeah, sure. I would love to. I could always try it out. Let's see. Mirrorman also made a donation, so let's have a look. Mirrorman, there we go. Found it. I know what to expect about Tokyo. It's not like I've seen too much Tokyo videos. Like there's this one, especially because I'm still playing City Skylines quite a bit, and the type of city that I'm building is like a Japanese style inspired city because I just love how dense these cities are, especially Tokyo, and I found this channel on YouTube. It's called Nippon Wandering, and it's basically just a dude with like a camera on a Steadicam, and he's basically just walking the streets of Tokyo, and he's just posting an hour-long videos of him just walking around. And I actually watched a couple of those just as inspiration, so that I knew what the cities would look like from up close. But by doing that, I fully understand now what Tokyo is and how it feels like, just by watching those videos. It's like no music, just raw, uncut, and you can just see what it looks like. I would probably thrive in that environment. I've said that before, but as an urban explorer, who loves to just go out and explore a city, and rooftops in particular, Tokyo is like heaven. Because there's so many. And there's a bunch of those channels, actually. You've got Nippon Wandering, and there's a couple of other ones as well that have like similar kind of ones. But I'm definitely going there someday. I've played you this before, improved on it a bit. One of these tunes you just struggle with. Okay, well, I mean, yes, I can understand that. I have a couple of tunes I struggle with quite a bit. I think I know which one this is. The lot and bass one. Let's have a listen, see how much you've improved it. Yeah, this one is pretty damn close right now to being finished, man. I would say that outro needs to fade out a little bit better. That's the first thing I'm gonna say, because it stops really abruptly there. I would like to see a nice fade on it. Overall, I think this track is pretty much close to done. There's a couple of things I would probably improve on. Mixdown wise, maybe increase the loudness of, like, if you look at even like the waveform right now, there's quite a big difference in terms of the volume between the intro and the drops. You could probably get this to sound a bit louder without sacrificing how heavy the drop hits. I think, at least. And there's a couple of sections, like, I think it's right here somewhere. See where that bass comes in? It has a lot of sub, and it kind of pushes the other elements of the track a little bit further to the background. Basically, just the sub is very heavy there, and it's fighting for space with the rest of the elements. So it's just a matter of, you know, balancing things out in terms of the sub bass, I think. There's sections in here where I can hear bass sounds which have like more sub than other bass sounds, and that sounds a little off. So you might want to look at that. Just look at, like, because there's a different bass sounds in this drop, right? And just have like the sub of all the individual bass sounds be at the same level. That's what I would do, at least. That would make it feel more consistent, I guess. But definitely here, where that really subby bass kicks in, you can just hear that everything else is just becoming slightly quieter. See right there, so there's that pitch bend bass going on. That pitch bend bass gives it like a spike in the volume in the sub, which is good. That is alright, but it also affects what comes after it a little bit, I think. So maybe you want to tone that down just a little bit. Maybe just try and, you know, control the level of the sub there a little bit so that it doesn't peak up as much. And that would probably, you know, get rid of the effect where the rest pretty much ducks away. Maybe the sub on that bass that comes in there just needs to be a little bit quieter. Like, the groove is there, the groove is very good. I would just keep this the way it is. From here on, I would say it's just about mixing. Just getting the mix down right, you know? And yeah, it's definitely, what I would do is definitely look at the sub level here. And just overall in general, just look at that. Transition is nice there. I like how the drop starts. That little extra percussive sound that, well, it's like a weird wide percussive sound. Fits really well. The one that hits after the snare, that is definitely a cool little sound to add. Like, it has a good amount of sub overall. Like, it's not that the sub is all over the place. It definitely is at a good level. It's just that in this section right here, it is kind of overpowering some of the other elements. And that's just, you know, try making the sub a little quieter. And then run it into a limiter. You would see that you can probably get it to sound a little bit louder. And that would also bring up the intro a little bit more. So the intro would become a little bit louder as well, and everything in between the drum sounds will basically just be brought up a bit more. But the thing is, when you're gonna limit your track, especially when it comes to drum and bass, right? Drum and bass, usually your kick drum and your sub bass are the two loudest elements. And if you're gonna limit your track and your sub bass is pretty much sustained, so if you look at your sub and it's pretty much just like a block of sub, if you're gonna run it into a limiter, then that is what is going to trigger the limiter. And if there's then other sounds playing at the same time, and there's suddenly like a spike in the level of the sub because of maybe a pitch bend or something like that, then it will have to turn, or it basically automatically makes other things quieter because it needs that space in the mix for the sub. And it's basically just the gain reduction that is just slightly increasing for just a slight moment, and that is why the rest becomes quieter. So if you reduce the sub level, maybe 1 or 2 dB, and then limit it, so basically have the track with a slightly less amount of sub and then limit it, you would see you can probably limit it more before it starts to distort and give you artifacts like what I was just talking about. So it's just about finding the right balance. And in the end, if you limit your track, the sub or the kick or, you know, those kind of elements, the loudest elements of your track are probably still going to be close to 0 dB anyway. So obviously, if you take it out too much, if you take too much sub out and then limit it, it's gonna sound, well, probably weird because at some point you're gonna distort the other elements, but maybe a couple of dB less sub and then limit it to see what happens. Yeah, he's on Twitch. Anyways, next track? I think we should. Let's see. No more donations, I think. No, that was the last donation. Let's see which track would be up next. We have Aryan. Official Aryan. Checkmate. Are you still here? Let me know in the chat. I'll quickly have a look. I don't see Aryan yet. But if Aryan is still here, let me know. Because you will be up next. Yeah, Span is free. It just has like a... you know, additional version. It has a... you know, it has a premium version with some slightly more options. But you can just get like... I think it's called Span Plus, right? Span Plus, and then you have Span, which is the free version. But the free version is just great. It's pretty much the same as the paid version, except for a couple of features. I do have the paid version. I mean, it's not that expensive anyway, and it's a great analyzer, so I just use it a lot, pretty much. Plus version is $45. Yeah, it's not that much, and it's a really good analyzer, so I mean... And a couple of extra features are nice, but you don't really need them. I mean, you can do it with the free version just as well. In the end, the most important thing it does is analyzing the frequencies, right? I don't think Aryan is here. Let's see who would be up next then. We have a track by... Okay, I'm gonna give it this one to you. You sent me an MP3 file really early in the stream because you didn't know, but you sent a Dropbox link later on, so I'll give you this one. Varro. Varro, I know you've been waiting for it because you've been talking in the chat. You've been asking for feedback, so...
Coming back when the time is right.
Fuck, did you saw that? I have the little tip glass in the stream, right? Did you saw that the coin that was falling down from the top of the screen just missed the glass? Does that mean that I lost the donation? Mitchell Hughes. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Thanks for your $2 donation. You probably sent your track. Sent a track. I'm gonna look. Yeah, you've sent a track. Okay, I'll be doing your track if Varro doesn't respond in 30 seconds, maybe? He was here just a little while ago. I mean, you're here, you're asking for feedback, and then you get picked, and then you're gone. Okay, he's here. Nice. He's here. Okay, Mitchell, you will be up next after this one. So, we'll play this one right now. Yeah, you can't see the, you cannot see the waveform, I think. But we'll have to deal with this. Nice. I'm not a big fan of trap, personally, but I was kind of bobbing my head to this, so that's a good sign. I like the funky bits that you put in here. I'm a big fan of funky music. A lot of you guys know that. I made a few glitch hop tracks, and I'm a huge fan of like anything that sounds funky, or blues-like, or something along those lines. And I like the little funky edits that you put in there. That's definitely cool. Let's see. Yeah, quality-wise, I mean, that's just, you know, that's just something that we have to deal with on the live streams. I prefer SoundCloud links because it's just easier for me because it fits the overlays of the live stream. But any streaming platform is going to degrade the quality. There's some ones that, you know, give you a higher quality upload, but most of them do compress, you know, and the only way to get rid of most of the distortion that happens when that compression or conversion process takes place is making sure that you know what loudness level they require you to upload, you know? With Spotify, for instance, a lot of people, when they master their track, right, they master it to, let's say, minus 0.3 decibels, true peak. That will be an issue if you upload it to Spotify, because Spotify requires you to upload a file with maximum loudness that is below minus 1 decibels, minus 1 decibels true peak. So if your track is peaking louder than that, it has to compress. And if it's going to compress, it's going to introduce extra distortion. So I probably expect the same thing happens with SoundCloud. I'm not sure if SoundCloud by now has actually given out like the levels that they use and that their algorithm uses, and when they start doing something. I'm not even sure if they actually do proper loudness normalization by now, but they do have an algorithm which converts your track into a different file format to reduce the file size. And when you reduce the file size, you're always going to reduce the quality as well. That's just how it goes. I think, at least. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, though. But you're always going to have that if you're going to upload it to any of these streaming platforms, at least the most popular ones. But, you know, you can minimize it to a great extent by just following the guidelines of what these different platforms ask for. And that's, you know, you have to look them up because every single one uses different guidelines, so. You recorded the guitar yourself. I really love guitar riffs and tracks like in Matthias Pivot. Yeah, that was a really good way of how they done it right there. It really fitted very well with that track. I feel like that in that particular track, it really makes the track. Without it, that track just would sound completely different, I think. In this particular one, I like what you are doing. I just think I would maybe put some... I'm not sure if you have some brass stabs in here. Let's see.
Bring that shit on. Woo!
Maybe not a brass stab. What I think I would like to hear, that 808, it sounds pretty clean. If you get what I mean. It has a bit of saturation on it, but it still sounds pretty clean. I would like that 808 to hear... I would like to hear it rumble, you know, if you get what I mean. Dirty that 808 up. Make it sound a little bit more dirty. I think that would make this drop sound a lot heavier. Maybe layer it with something. Maybe put, like, some distortion on it or something, but I want that 808 to sound dirty. Overall, level-wise, you could balance it out a little bit. Some of the synths are a little bit quieter compared to that guitar, for instance. Maybe balance those out a little bit. So the guitars are at a good level, I think. They are sitting at a good level with the drums. I feel like the synths that are in front of that guitar, right here at the end of that section, could be brought up a little bit and make them a little bit louder.
Yeah.
That synth. See, so the synth right in front of the guitar, that one is just lower in volume, and that could be brought up quite a bit more. Yeah, I kind of like it, man. Kind of like this one. Yeah, like what I said, overall, just a couple of things. I also like what you did here in the, what is it, the second build-up? Or the breakdown? That you added some strings and stuff. I like that. I'm not sure if you used them here as well. No, so right here you're adding strings, and I like that. I like hearing some orchestral sounds every now and then. Yeah, the strings definitely work. Good. Good one on that. Yeah, other than that, not much else to say about it, I think. I think it's a pretty good one. Just a couple of things, like I said. And if you fix that, you should be ready with this one. Maybe a little on the short side, though. That's the only thing else I could say. Maybe make it slightly longer. But yeah, that's just a little thing. That's up to you, you know. That's really up to you to decide. It could be longer. That's what I'm gonna say. It could be longer, but every now and then you can also put out a short track. It's not that you need to have a track that is longer than 3 minutes something. It's currently 2 minutes and 25 seconds, so you can definitely make it a little longer, I think. Let's see. Somebody was gonna be up next. Mitchell, yeah, Mitchell Hughes. Oh man, let's see. There, SoundCloud link to track. Good. SoundCloud doesn't normalize tracks, just compression. Yeah, that's what I thought it was doing. They still haven't implemented like proper loudness normalization. It's just like they just compress. Yeah, that is true. I'm not sure if there's like in the help pages of SoundCloud, if there's like a level listed so that they say like stay below this level to get like the least amount of distortion and compression artifacts. But yeah, if you send something louder into it, it's going to give you more artifacts of the compression. That's basically what happens, and you can hear it most noticeably in the high end, in the high frequencies. So that's usually why your cymbals turn to shit on SoundCloud, unless you stay below a certain level. I like to, when I upload to any streaming platform these days, I usually like to stay below -1 dB true peak. Because that way you can be pretty sure that it's going to introduce the least amount of artifacts from compression. It's still going to add a little bit. There's no way to get around that. It's always going to degrade the quality, no matter what. But it would be nice if you can at least, you know, minimize it, right? Yeah, Vormon, you're gonna be good. Okay, let's have a listen to this track. Damn, that's loud.
I want to sleep and I want feedback. So here you go.
My bad. God damn it. I forgot the mic. I forgot the mic. Thanks for the donation, man. I said accept found the donation button. Stay up a little longer. You will be up after this track. Yeah. I know. I forgot. Mix is not sounding great in mono for me. Yeah, I heard some stereo movement in this particular track as well, and I was wondering what it would sound like in mono. But yeah, I could see that going a little bit out of phase in mono maybe. But that should be an easy fix. Yeah, I agree. The mono here is very muddy. I would probably clean up the low end in this section a lot. Probably throughout the entire track, but yeah, I was listening to it in mono real quick on my headphones. You guys heard it just in stereo, but I was turning it to mono real quick, and I could hear a lot of low frequencies just piling up and not really sounding that pleasant. So that would be something I would look at. Yeah, the track itself is there, you know? That's the thing. The track itself is there. It's just that there is something to it that makes it sound muffled and a little bit low passed almost. Like no, well, not.
See, I'm a playboy.
Big up medic, like usual.
Good evening to you, sir. No song.
Thanks for notifying me. Thanks a lot, man, for the 10 euros. There he is. Yes, absolutely. I was already gonna ask, where is medic? No, thanks a lot, man. Really, thanks a lot for the 10 euros. Let's see. Well, maybe I was thinking, like, I don't know what you're doing in terms of the track, but if you're doing some kind of parallel processing, like for instance, sometimes what I do sometimes is just have like a return track with maybe a slight amount of distortion or saturation on it, and then just send a couple of tracks to it that I want to sound a bit dirtier. But what you always have to be careful with is that it doesn't introduce a phase difference, like that it introduces phase cancellation because of some kind of a latency or something. Like maybe if you're doing some parallel processing somewhere, that could be, you know, taking out some of the high end because it's just phasing out. Or there is something else going on, or you just have to look at the mixdown itself. If there's nothing that is actually, you know, if there's no like plugin or process going on that is causing it to sound more muffled, then it's just a matter of making the mix better, you know? Month top donator is wrong. Yeah, I saw that in just a bit as well. A little while ago as well, and I don't know why it's doing that, because I looked into the settings and it actually says that that it's looking at the top donator. So I think it's maybe something that Streamlabs needs to look at. The bass is being pretty heavily parallel compressed. Well, yeah, it could be. It could be. Usually compression will not introduce that much latency, so usually that would not really do that, but it could be. It could be. But it could also be just that your mix needs to be cleaned up more. Like when I listen to the track, especially when I listen to it in mono, I could hear a lot of rumbling low frequencies that probably don't need to be there, you know? So maybe you just need to go through one more time and just check every single track and see, like, how much low frequencies are there in this particular track, and do they need to be here, you know? Usually your bass is gonna take care of all the low end, and all the other sounds can be pretty much high pass.
See, I'm a playboy.
What?
I'll fix that.
Thanks a lot, man. Medic coming in again with the 20 euros. That's 30. Thanks a lot, man. Really. Big up. Yeah, I guess it's fixed now. I don't know, it does count up, right? Yeah. It is actually counting up. It's just that it wasn't showing the right amount just now because somebody else donated 20. Oh wait, that was a super chat. So maybe it was right. It was right. It was showing the right amount. The top donator thing is actually correct. The higher donation that came in earlier was a super chat, and the super chat doesn't show up on that particular thing because that is the Streamlabs donation thing.
See, I'm a playboy.
See? It went up.
No, you auntie.
Oh, big up Gray. Thanks a lot, man. Holy shit. This is a good evening for me. But yeah, what I would do is I would go through this track and just listen to all the different tracks, all the different channels, take out the low frequencies that don't need to be there. Snare drum can usually, you can take the sub out. The sub is probably not going to be needed in the snare. If you have any synth sounds or percussion sounds, for instance, usually you don't need any sub in those either. Synth sounds, you know, like pads and leads, usually you don't need any sub in those either. It's the bass that will take care of that, so... And I'm hearing quite a bit of it.
See, I'm a playboy.
Thanks a lot, Nash.
I sent my industry week to but you one. T. Giving feedback しょんぼりした顔.
Oh wow, I don't know what it did with that smiley on the end, how it pronounced that, but you will be up after a Septa. A Septa is going to be up next, and then you're going to be up after that. Cool? But something to look at. I'll give it a proper look in mono too, see if I can notice anything, because here I could definitely hear it. Yeah, what you want to do, there's a very handy plugin. I think it's free.
See, I'm a playboy.
Holy shit, man. Thanks a lot. Again. €5.
To but Nash.
No, what I wanted to say... this one, right here. Voxengo Midside Encoder. You want to get this one? It is free, I think. Yeah, it's free. You can just get this one, and it's very handy because you can easily mute the mids, so you can hear just the sides, and you can also easily hit mute the side, so you can easily turn it to mono. It comes with some good views right here, so you can view the stereo. And the great thing is what I usually do is I put this, I load a reference track that I really like. That I like the sound of, and I load that into a track in Ableton, and then I load my track into Ableton as well on a different track, and then on both of them I put this plugin, and then I basically just, or you can just do it in your track, like what I'm doing. I'm just, you know, running this plugin on the master, on the end of my master, and then I have a separate track that is bypassing the master track and just going straight to the output of my speakers, and on that track I'll put like a track that I really like, so my reference track, and then I can put on both of them, I can put this plugin, that one. I'll show it to you a little bit better. Voxengo MSED right there. And what you can do is you can basically mute the mids on your reference track and listen to what they have in the sides. And usually that gives you a very good idea of what they put in the stereo spectrum and what they have in the center of the mix. And I was analyzing a Noisia track not too long ago, or I think it was a Matthews track. Yeah, it was a Matthews track from his last album. And the thing I noticed, I was listening to it, and the drums were pretty much centered. At least the kick and snare were. And when I went into the sides and I muted the mids, there was nothing of the kick and snare, like not even a bit of high end. It was just like nothing. It was just pretty much the entire track was there except for the kick and snare. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. So the kick and snare are completely mono, and you know that from hearing that. There are all other instances where I listened to it, and as soon as you flipped it, as soon as you turned down the mids, so you muted the mids, the sub bass just disappeared completely. Then you know that the sub bass is mono, and you can use that to kind of see what they are doing in terms of the stereo spectrum, and then kind of, you know, fix that.
See, I'm a playboy.
Oh boy.
Hi, Gray.
You two are now having a conversation through the donation messages. I love it. Thanks a lot, Medic. It's definitely counting up. So it is adding up all the ones and showing up on that monthly top donators, so I think it's working. Okay, let's move on to the next track. Septa's waiting for long enough right now. Let's see. Let's see. It was the Outsiders, right? I think that was you.
See, I'm a playboy.
Please no.
Okay, you want me to play... Oh wait, let's see. 2 versions of the same drop idea. I couldn't choose which one to send. Maybe you have some ideas on where to take this, which version is better. Oh, cool. Cool. I can listen to both. That would be nice. They're not that long, so cool. We'll start with version 8 then. You have sent me version 8 and version 10. Yeah, see, I knew it. I knew it was you. I do remember my names.
See, I'm a playboy.
Oh boy.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. We're gonna play the track. Let's have a listen.
Coming back when the time is right.
I'll rewind it just a bit. Thanks, Mitchell, for the 2 English pounds. I guess you liked your feedback. Thanks a lot, man. Rewind.
Coming back when the time is right.
Thanks, Voorman.
6 it off guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, this is really good. I agree. And that could apply to a couple of things right now. Thanks a lot, boys. Thanks a lot. But this track is good too, man. I like this sound. It sounds pretty cool. Now let's listen to the other version. Version 8 sounds slightly louder on the mid-range, I think. Like the mid-range synths and the chord synths feel a bit louder. I don't think it sounds bad in this version, so maybe stick with that. Like, they're very similar though. First version for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of tied between the two. I think I prefer version 8. Okay, yeah, I think I prefer version 8. That is what I'm gonna say. The bit more Atmos version as a first drop, then dry version as a second. What I was gonna say, because you're also asking where to take this further. I think what you should do after this, because this drop has a very interesting groove. It has a very cool groove. I really like the sound of it. But what I think would make this very nice, if for the next section, so let's say the next 16 bars, go into make like a good switch. So I think what I would introduce is some kind of element, percussion, an arpeggiator, I don't know, some kind of an element that plays in a 16th note rhythm, so that it really brings up the pace in that final section of the drop. I think that is what I would do. Also would add a good amount of contrast between this and the section after it. Would really bring up the pace, or maybe, how do you call it, syncopation. I think that would be a good thing to do. Because you have this really nice groove, then you can do that, bringing up the pace, and then you can go into a breakdown where you maybe extend that, so extend the 16 note things in the breakdown that comes after the first drop, and then maybe use that in the build up as well, so you keep that 16 note thing going, build up with some rises in the build up, and then go back into this rhythm for the second drop again, you know, with maybe a slight variation. That would really make this stand out, especially if you have like a 16 note rhythm in your build-up in front of this drop as well. I think that would really make this part of the drop stand out very well. And, you know, you could do that with all kinds of things, you know, a plucky kind of sound, or percussion sounds, you know, snare rolls, I don't know what you want to do, or an arpeggiated melody, you know, there's a lot of ways to go with that. You could even do it with a couple of sounds, you know, you don't have to do it with one sound. You could also have like a couple of different sounds that together create a 16th note rhythm. That's also cool, you know? But that's up to you, what to do with that. But I think that is what I would do, because this section really is very nice, and with the right build up in front of it, it's really gonna be good. And I think to make this really stand out, have like a section that is, you know, completely different in terms of the rhythm. Like when it has a 16th note rhythm, like on top of it, it's gonna feel quicker almost, even though it's the same tempo. It's gonna feel quicker. The pace feels higher, and that would make this stand out more. Bongo drum fill for the win. I mean, drum fills are great, and bongo drum fills, yeah. I mean, they have their place in drum and bass, right? I mean, they do work, and with a bit of processing, you can sometimes even make them sound pretty cool. Like a bit of saturation on some bongo drum sounds can sometimes sound pretty interesting. 44 watching and 44 likes. Oh, that's nice. But from just listening to the two, I think I prefer this one more. It feels slightly more in my face, well, in your face. Feels like it's slightly louder on some of the mid-range synths, and I think that is what I would do. Yeah, I think so. I also like the Foley kind of sounds, the Foley percussion that you put in there in the background. Fits really well. Good job, man. Good job. Really liking this. Oh. Nash is gonna be up next. I think that's this one. Any ideas on how to fill up that space after 4 bars? What do you mean? Let's see. You mean right here? That section. What do you mean? Do you mean this section? Or right here? I think you mean this section. If you mean this section, I would say keep it the way it is. As a loop that is sick, just build on it. Yeah, it's a really nice, good start for a track. Definitely. Halfway through every 8 bars there's a bit of space. Ah, okay. I would say maybe a pitch bend Reese or something. Which goes from like... From whoa, that was completely out of tune, but which goes from like a higher pitch to a lower pitch, I think. Da-da. I don't know, maybe something with a Reese. Although you're also using that Reese later, so maybe do something else. Maybe make a sound, maybe make a bass sound with like some FM or something. But I'm hearing maybe some kind of a pitch bend thing there. Or maybe just fill it up with some percussion, that could also work. Maybe some triplet percussion in that section. Just have like a little, what is it, 2-beat triplet percussion thing or something in that section. And then you can always, you know, if you want, then just, you know, layer that with like a low triplet plucky bass sound or something, you know, to give it some bass. But that would probably work as well. like some stuttery kind of thing or something. Anyways, what was your name again? Let's see. Damn it, this... Oh yeah, Nash. Nash, are you here? You made a donation. This is your track, right? J Nash, Clutching. Should be. Hello, Kaiman UK? Or Kaimanuk? Hello, man. Welcome. Yeah, I think this is Nash's track. I mean... Yeah, it is. It is for sure. Let's have a listen. This could definitely be a bit louder here. Okay. Interesting one. Very dark. Cool track though, definitely. Couple of things I wanted to point out. There's one tiny vocal part, like a little section of the vocal right here somewhere in the breakdown that sounds slightly out of tune. Other than that, the rest of the vocals all are pretty much in tune, but there's that one little instance of the vocal that sounded a little off, that put me off at least. I would maybe remove that, but other than that, rest of the vocal works pretty good. The thing what I hear is like, I'm not a big fan of the snare. The snare is very thin sounding, if you ask me. There's not much body to the snare. I like my snares to have a bit more body. This one is it has very little low frequencies or low mid frequencies. The bass is pretty loud in the mix, and I feel like the kick drum is fighting for space a little bit with the bass. Because I feel the kick drum has a lot of sub bass as well, and the bass probably has a good amount of sub too. And if those two are then layered on top of each other, they start to fight for space. You can hear it very well in like the, well, maybe here actually at the start of the first drop, because there you have a less dense mix, so you can hear it more easily. But you can hear the bass, and then every time the kick hits, there's this very a lot of sub on the kick. And I think that is definitely starting to cause some issues in the mix itself. Yeah, like the snare has almost no low frequencies. I'm not sure if I like the snare. See, right now I think the bass is so loud compared to the rest of the track that it is just gonna eat too much space of the mix down away, like of the mix away. What you should do probably is just lower the loudness of the bass a little bit. That would probably make the drums come a bit more up front in the mix as well. And then I would probably replace the snare, but that's up to you. You know, whatever snare you want to use, that's up to you. But I would replace it probably. I'm not a big fan of the sound of this snare. And I would look at the, you know, how the kick and the sub work together, because I can just hear this very low frequency rumble on the kick every time the kick hits. And I'm not sure if this track is limited yet, because I see a few very loud peaks compared to here. So there's a couple of peaks moving up pretty high up, but I mean, I can't really judge the waveform on SoundCloud that well, because well, it's SoundCloud. But if this isn't that limited yet, and you would limit it afterwards, you're definitely going to get some issues with that kick and that sub, I think. Thanks for a great stream, Artifacts. I have to work, so must leave. You definitely see me around a lot more. Keep up the good work. Thanks a lot, Colin. Thanks a lot, and good night. Oh, wait. You have to work. Tomorrow, or right now? No, good night, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I do like the sound of the bass, man. The bass does sound pretty cool. It's just, I feel like it's pretty loud right now in the mix. And I feel like the drums are a bit quiet, maybe. So the drums could maybe be a little bit louder. And then just balance things out a bit more, you know? And, yeah, the thing I'm not a big fan of is that snare. So I would probably just get rid of that and find a better sounding one. At least something that has a bit more body, you know? I do like the piano. Wait, let me check for that little vocal part, where that was. Right there. Did you hear it? Right here on the end of that bass. So you have the bass going here one more time before the bass cuts out. That little part of the vocal right there. Take that part out because it sounds out of tune with the rest of the track. But yeah, the track definitely sounds cool. I would also increase the loudness of the intro, by the way. I hadn't really commented on that yet, except for when it was playing back. This intro starts off very quiet, and I mean, it's something you can do, but these days, like, the attention span of listeners is so goddamn short that if your intro is gonna start off this quiet, that people are probably gonna either skip on onto like a next track, or they are gonna, you know, skip to a later point in the track because it starts so quiet. I would just try out, you know, if you compress the entire track, so just compress it a little bit, that would already make the intro come up a little bit more in volume as well. If you limit it, that would help, but you have to, you know, fix everything in the mix first, you know, make the mix as good as possible, and then get into the final step, like limiting the master track. But the intro can be a bit louder, for sure. And yeah, that little vocal part there, definitely get rid of that, man. That would, I would advise you to do that, because I heard it and I was like, ooh, that sound out of tune. I mean, it happens. Okay, let's see. I see Arjen is back. I'll end the track. I'll end the stream with Arjen's track then. Oh yeah, that's also something you could do. Noah's actually giving a good advice as well. If you like the sound of the snare that you have right now, is you could also layer it. Yeah, you could also layer it with like a more, you know, just another snare. You know, you can take another snare and just shape the volume envelope of that snare to match the one that you are currently using, and then just, you know, maybe low pass it so that you're not using the high frequencies of that snare, but using the high frequencies of the snare you already have. That is also something you could do, definitely. Yeah, it's probably pronounced in the Dutch way. Arjen. Arjen! Something like that. Anyways, let's do that one for the last track of this stream. You were out for a little bit, and I asked if you were here, so I'll give you that. I'll do this one for the last one. So, there we go. Loudness. Are we gonna get jump up? Please do it. Arjen! Oi, oi! I called it. I called it. Jump up. Nice one. The only thing I think what I would say right now is I would like to hear just a slight bit more variation in the drop. Like especially during this section, I was kind of, you know, I had heard the drop groove by that point, you know, and I was like, I wish some kind of a variation would come in this section, so it would be slightly different, you know. But other than that, this is definitely good. Definitely a good track. Maybe also fill up this section right here in the breakdown. There's like there's some space there that I probably think would fill up with something. Maybe it doesn't have to be much. Maybe just some background sound effects or something, you know. Maybe some noise or something like that. But other than that, this sounds pretty cool. What are you guys talking about? ABN AMRO. Arjen! We're gonna keep that in. Every time Arjen comes back, he's gonna hear that. That's for sure. Just some congas or something. Yeah, that could maybe work. Yeah, why not? That could also work. Have some congas going. Or a cowbell, like Matic would say. No, I really like this tune, man. I have to say, over time, I have started to enjoy Jump Up quite a bit. At first, I really didn't like it. Especially because, like, I did enjoy the old school Jump Up, like the old Jump Up stuff, you know, from back in the day. And when the newer type of Jump Up came around, at first I was like, I didn't really like it, you know, and it all sounded very similar to me, and that is the case. Like, a lot of Jump Up is very similar. In terms of the rhythm on the bass, you know, it's just a lot of times the rhythm is very similar. It's almost like you know what you, it's almost like what you see in dubstep with rhythm, right? Although I have to say rhythm is a lot worse. That's like almost every track is almost exactly the same in terms of the bass rhythm, and in Jump Up that is slightly there's a good amount of variation there. But there's a lot of Jump Up tracks that are just very horrible in terms of the mixdown. There's just so many Jump Up tracks that have such a bad mixdown, and that is what really put me off at first. And I was like, I can't be bothered, you know, just listening through hundreds of badly mixed tracks for just a couple of good ones. But over time, I started to, you know, find a couple of Jump Up drum and bass producers that I do like the sound of, and through those, I kind of, you know, started getting a bit more into it, and I do like it now. I feel like, especially in like a live setting, Jump Up tracks do very good. Like they're good for like a live show. Like on the last Rampage, they had quite a bit of Jump Up, and you know, in such an environment, on such a party, Jump Up is a great style of drum and bass. You know. Mackie G's mixdowns, yeah, they can be pretty horrendous, I have to say. They can be pretty horrendous. And he definitely has some issues with his tracks sounding quite similar every now and a while. But I mean, I have to give it to him. He definitely put his name up there, you know. That's for sure. If Arjen is not Dutch, yeah, then he would definitely not be getting the jokes. But that would make it funny too. Yeah, absolutely. I like so much how the bass just fails to have a tone. Yeah, I mean, I do like jump up drum and bass now. But like there is a time and place for it. It's not like I would listen to it just every single day. It's not like something I would just put up every single day. But how is the mixdown? I feel the mixdown is pretty alright actually. Yeah, I think the mix is alright. It's mostly masking. It's not like mixdown is horrible because of how producers are unskilled sometimes. It's intentional foul to make it sound more analog or something. Yeah, I can see that, but I still think if you like what I gotta sneeze almost. Well, I think it's gone. But no, it's like you can make a track sound more analog without it sounding bad, you know? So when I hear these tracks and the mixdown just sounds bad, I'm like, that doesn't really do it for me, you know? I can get pretty much into any style of music as long as it's produced well, and if it sounds well, you know, and it doesn't have to sound as clean as possible because I love myself some dirty old school tracks, but it needs to make sense, you know, if you get what I mean. And you can make something sound more analog if you want, while still making it sound, you know, good. And the thing with Jump Up that I had was just like, there's so many tracks that just sound, well, just horrible in terms of the mixdown. Anyways, yeah, nice track, man. That brings us to the end of the live stream. I've been going for quite a while. It's 1:30 a.m. for me right now, so I'm gonna call it quits. I need to fucking piss as well, so it's time for me to stop streaming. I will be in the Discord in just a bit, so if you guys want, then you can come join and check out the Discord. I will be there in just a bit as well, and have a chat maybe. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be doing. I'm not gonna be sleeping yet, but great stream actually. We have a good start to a track for like a good start to an intro and a couple of starts to bass sounds, so that could work. Definitely gonna be working on that in the upcoming days. The track from last stream is as good as done, like I said. That one is definitely, I'm happy with that one. That one is almost done. It's almost, yeah, it's really taking shape, and that's good. Let's see. You sent me a dub plate that will be released someday. Okay, well, I'll definitely listen to it, man. I'll definitely listen to it, and I'll let you know probably what I think of it. Because I really need to stop streaming now, man. I've been going for too long, and we've been going for slightly longer already than usual. Yeah, like I said, the track that we did, the things that we did today were definitely nice. I definitely liked it. Thanks a lot for all the donations, by the way, as well, because I don't know how much it is in total, but you guys were on a roll today. Thanks a lot for those. Yeah, it's quite a bit. All these ones add up quite a bit. So, yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, Micron. You have a good night as well. Like I said, I'll be in the Discord in just a bit. If you are not a member yet, then join. I will be back next week on Friday with another live stream, 8 p.m. Central European Summertime. That's the usual time. And I will try and do another video upcoming week as well. Not sure what I will do a video about. I still have like 47 more tracks that I did 10 years ago. So I could do a follow-up, a part 2, on the video where I respond to some of my old tracks. Could be fun. I think there's some pretty horrible gems in there. So we could maybe have another laugh at those. But yeah, thanks man. Like I said, I'll be back again next week. See you guys soon. Peace.